and 300,000 Instagram followers. Miami Beach police arrested Noack this week for alleged sexual battery of a 14-year-old girl in a hotel room in February. Police say the alleged victim was the daughter of a woman he was romantically linked to. Defense attorney David Terrace says his client is innocent.
Once the evidence is produced, that he is going to be exonerated. So yeah, not guilty, nothing else.
According to the police report, Noack, a motivational speaker and author who lives in L.A., asked the woman if he could take her daughter to an after party at a club in Miami. The report states Noack took the teen to his hotel after seeing that the club was closed. Police say the suspect gave the teen alcohol and started dancing and touching the teen inappropriately.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side manning shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like the bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show. Homie, I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was woofing, first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please, dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. The ski mask with the K squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. The ski mask with the K squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. How y'all doing today? Beautiful Thursday afternoon. Shout out to everybody. Glad to have y'all in the building. Oh my gosh, look at all the people over there. I got to check them all in. I got to check everybody on in. You right down here. It looks like everybody's all here. We about to do one big step on Polight, huh? All right, man. I so thank y'all, man. I'm gonna try to keep it short, man. I don't want to have it like 6-hour stream, man. So I'm gonna try to keep it short. Give you some things to think about, and y'all can tell me what y'all think, man. I don't want to just be me, but I want y'all to tell me what y'all think about this, man, because I don't know, man. Polight pleaded guilty, but was justice served. We're gonna see. We're gonna get into it. But first, let's do some business, man. Let's thank Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Clarence, you don't have to thank Eric. You already thanked him already. No, we have to thank him every time. Just like we get up in the morning, we thank God, right? At least I do. I try to get up in the morning, thank God, man, for just getting you up, right? I could skip a morning, but why should I? Right? That says more about me than it does about God. If I skip thanking him for something he does for me every day. Right? If you had a wife that cooked you dinner every day and you don't show your appreciation every day to that wife, you could not show it. And she may, but what could happen is we could get complacent, you know what I'm saying? And we could, like Brother Eric said, we could relapse. We could go back to where we didn't think of other people, right? Because when you first born, you just think about yourself, right? You know why sharks have litters in their stomach of about 5 or 6 baby sharks, right? But typically they only have one baby, right? Why? Because the strongest shark just eats the other ones, right? The strongest shark just eats the other babies up, right? So they usually only have one litter of one. Yeah, they have multiple children in their stomach, conceived, but the biggest and strongest one just eats the other ones. Right? Because we think of ourselves when we're a child, we think of ourselves like Paul said, when I was a child, I thought as a child, but when I became a man, I thought like a man should think, right? So I'm saying the same thing about us. We can get complacent, man. It's never too many thank yous. It's never too much to thank. How many times can you thank God for just all he's done for your life, man? You ain't got to do just think about it in your own life. What you could think of on your own quietly. What has God done for you that no other person could have done or really wanted to do? Even if they could do it, they didn't want to do it. Some of us, our own children wouldn't even do it for us, right? But here's the God of the universe, right? Never shows up in a fur coat, never shows up in a Rolls Royce, never shows up in a golden chariot. Make sure this stuff is running every day. Every day, oxygen is working every day. Sun spinning every day, right? Shout out to Bolo TV. I'm gonna check everybody in. I'm gonna check y'all all in, man. I'm gonna check y'all all in, man. But is there too many times we can thank God for what he's done for us? That's your homework, man. Go home, just think quietly, man. Right? You know what my mother used to do? my mother used to whoop me and my brother, right? Pow, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, that's old school, right? It wasn't child abuse back then. It was discipline back then, right? It was discipline back in the 80s and the 70s and the 80s. It was discipline. It was disciplining your children. Anyway, man, my mother would pop us in the head, pop out, right? And so one time she popped me, bam. I said, "What? I didn't even do nothing. It wasn't me. I didn't do nothing." Kind of find out we found out that my brother had did it, right? And I said to my mom, you know, like an idiot, right? I went up to her like she gonna apologize, right? Hey, you know, remember you hit me? He said, you know, he did it. Well, you know what my mother said? Well, that's for the time you got away with it. Oh man, I love that lady, man. I loved her with her crazy behind. I loved her. I loved it in her, right? But when we come out of the womb, when we first born, we think for ourselves. We're solely into our own survival, right? We're totally oblivious to other people around us and their needs and their desires, right? But as we get older, as we get more understanding, we realize that other people have done things for us. You know what I'm saying? It just didn't happen out of the sky, right? Our parents, who are God's representative to us, supposed to be, right? They made sure a lot of stuff happened outside of just the oxygen and the water and the shelter. They made sure a lot of other stuff happened for us. And so we start broadening our understanding. This is what Paul was talking about. You know, when I was a child, I understood as a child, but as I became a man, I understood as a man, right? I understand as a man. Y'all want to hear the correct terminology? Go over to Bolo TV in the Village. They will tell it to you how it's supposed to go. I am the great paraphraser, right? Oh, Vagoda, I got to get back to you, man. Damn. I got to get back to Vagoda, man. Me and Vagoda got to have this conversation. Okay. Yeah, man. So shout out to Brother Eric, man. Thank you for always giving. So I'm always going to give Brother Eric his due. If you want to go and listen to Brother Eric's music, go on over to 16 to Life, the YouTube page, and go check him out, man. He's got a lot of funny stories, got a lot of good insight, man. And you know, man, maybe you might have got a job for him, man. You want him to do something. Very creative brother. He may be able to do it for you. All right, let's pull Brother Eric down. And I know y'all didn't come here for me to talk about, you know, our beautiful Lord God in the you know, that just has done so much for us, man. So I know that most of y'all didn't come over here for that, right? So we're gonna talk about what y'all wanted to talk about, which is Brother Polight. But first, we got to check everybody in, man. We got to check everybody in. We got a full stack today, man. We got a full stack. First of all, we got our resident sniper in the building, man. Shout out to Risa Neal. Glad to have sister in the building today. Glad to have you in the building, Risa. Good to see you again, as always, man. So you know what, man? All the trolls, man, if you even thinking about trolling, man, you see that red R right there? I just would leave it alone, man, because you're gonna get that before you even realize what happened. you're gonna be up out of here, man. So don't even. I would just, you know, we don't mind you asking questions. We don't mind you, you know, having a difference of opinion. As long as it's respectful, we can have an engaging conversation, y'all. But man, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know how we do it, man. We don't insult each other. We don't, you know, insult who we talk about. We don't do all that. You know what I'm saying? You can tell the truth on them. Hey, they did it. But we ain't trying to, you know, get ridiculous and insulting them and their family and all. So we don't do that over here, y'all. And if you do, I'm telling you, man, we got one of our snipers here. We got another sniper. I don't know if she's going to show up tonight. Hopefully she will. But M. Mills is another sniper. And the two of them together, you ain't got a prayer. At least M. Mills might let you get some of the question out. Reese ain't going. If you even move sideways, man, Reese, poof, gone. Right. Shout out to Reese. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else is in the building? OG Patrice in the building, man. Nefariousness. OG Patrice is in the building, man. You know, Patrice's only sister. Did y'all wait a minute. Did y'all know I met Patrice in person, man? I met her in person, man. Beautiful sister, man. All right. But she's the only one I know that can invent her own words, right? Nefariousness, right? Shout out to Patrice. She'll probably be up here in a little while, man, because one thing about me and Patrice, we both of us have a pretty fair knowledge of Polight, his background, and what's going on right now. So she'll probably be up here in a minute. Who else is in the building? We got Diamond Axe in the building. Diamond Axe in the building. Shout out to Diamond Axe, man. He said, that's crazy, Polight cop the plea. That ain't crazy, brother. Me and Patrice been saying that for about the last 2 or 3 times we talked about it, man. He ain't got nowhere else to go, bro. That was the only move on the chessboard, right? But, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to play the part where you saw in the beginning where his lawyer said he's not guilty. That's it, right? But people that's not guilty don't take pleas, right? They don't take pleas. And we're going to hear Polight. We're gonna hear Polight try to make this thing make sense in a little while, man. Man, yeah, I can't believe, you know, man. If I had done something and I had gotten up under the mountain of stuff that he got up under, I would quietly fade into the sunset. But no, here he's out here, man, stomping, stomping through Compton, right? I'm like, man, I would be so happy that I got up out of that mess. But anyway, man, we're going to get to it. Man. But shout out to you, Diamond Axe. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Who else in the building, man? My sister Sophia. Shout out to you, sister. What's going on, beloved? Glad to have you in the building as always, man. We miss you when we don't see you for a while. But Sister Sophia says she's got some stuff going on. But hey, same thing, Risa, was, hey, when we see you, we're so glad to have you in the building. Shout out to you. All right, who else is in the building? Oh, Sister Annie in the building. Excuse me. Y'all talking about Polight? Excuse me. Look at this girl. I ain't even brought her up yet. She brought her own self up. I'm telling about how powerful this girl is. She can bring her own self on. Hold on, Patrice. All right, let me check everybody in. Who else is in the building, man? Shout out to Sister Sophia, though. Glad to have you in the building. Shout out to Sister Annie in the building. The administrator's in the building. Shout out to her. So y'all better act right, man. Sister Annie will be like, excuse me. Y'all better start acting good. I'm being good, Sister Annie. Who else in the building? Brother Von Bryant in the building. He said, greetings, peace, joy, and grace in abundance. Shout out to Brother Von, man. Brother Von, man. Class act dude, man. Class act. Shout out to you, Brother Von. Glad to have you in the building as always. My Brother Von might be up here. Sister Annie might be up here too. So we'll see how it go. Let's see. Don Frank is in the building. You know, Don Frank is the one that told me, she said, Brother Clarence, put your cash up out there, man. Somebody might want to hear. I said, Don, yeah, I ain't really trying to get money. She said, you know what, Clarence? It's not about you trying to get money. It's that people want to give back to you, man. People might want to, they might want to, just do something, man, to show their little appreciation. Shout out to Don Frank, man. Appreciate you for that. Shout out to you. That's my sister right there. Glad to have you in the building, Don. Good to see you. Who else is in the building? Let's see. I think that's everybody that wants to be checked in. Oh, Sister Enya's in the building. Shout out to Sister Enya, the author. Shout out to her. Get some of her poetry, man. This sister got a lot of good poetry books. Guys, go over there and check her out. Who else in the building? I got to check in. Shout out to Sister Enya. Glad to have you in the building. I think that's everybody. Oh, I checked in Bolo TV. Checked him in already a little earlier. Shout out to Bolo TV. Go over there and check Bolo TV out. Who else in the building, man? Oh, Vagoda. Checked out Vagoda all the way from Tel Aviv, Israel, right? Glad that you have already disrespected me one time. Shout out to Vagoda. Me and Vagoda are going to have a talk about this ancient Jew business, man. We're going to have a talk about that. Yeah, we believe there's Jews, but we got to talk about this ancient part, right? We got to get that ancient part out of the way, right? But shout out to Vagoda, man. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Good to see you, man, my Jewish brother. Who else in the building, man? Don Frank says snipers everywhere. You know what I think, y'all? I think Don Frank is an undercover sniper, man. I'm like, she might be an undercover sniper. Y'all better look out for Don Frank. Risa said, yes, proceed. We know you met OG, right? Okay, we saw the picture. Okay, we got it. We got it, Clarence. All right, you met her down here in Inglewood, California. We got it. We got it. Man, we go to say I got another video. Okay, man. Okay, but no, me and you gonna have a show, man. We're gonna just talk, me and you. We gotta get this ancient Jew situation straight, man. All right, who else in the building, man? Don Frank said, thank you, Spudzy. Oh, thank you, Don Frank. Appreciate you. Thank you, Don. Appreciate you all the time. Thank you all the time. Popping in when you get a chance. Appreciate you. All right, y'all, we gotta get moving, right? We gotta get moving. First of all, let me introduce my co-host that's up here, that brought her own self up here. Patrice.
Hey, brother.
What's going on, girl?
Nothing much. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm doing good, man. Bless, best word I can use in English. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday to you and everybody else out there. Happy Thursday.
Salute to the chat. Happy Thursday, everybody. I hope all is well.
Yeah, man. Everybody, hope all of y'all doing real good, man. All right, y'all. Let's get to it. Now, I know we all know, and Patrice sent me the text yesterday. She said, man, Polight got he pled and he got these years, right? So we're gonna go through what Polight got. Now, what was Polight up for, right? He had a lot of different charges. And we put all that on the other videos, right? Where he had a lot of SEX charges and an SEX with a minor and stuff like that, right?
Right.
But because of the plea agreement, a lot of that stuff was taken off the table. Okay, so we're gonna get to that. But first of all, I want to get to the first thing I want to do is let me check my thing here. Okay, first of all, let's go into what's going on. This is a sister named Sweet Ma for Life. This is her video. It's not my video. We're gonna watch her video, and it pretty much goes through what happened when Polight pled.
All right, yeah. Shout out to Sweet Mom for Life. I know I'm subscribed to the channel. Like, shout out to her. Y'all go over there and subscribe to her channel. So salute to that sister.
Yeah, good sister, good content creator. All right, we're gonna play a little bit of hers.
His ex's 14-year-old daughter, and he's going to serve 7 years, and he will have 10 years of probation. In this video,
first of all, I want to say this, Patrice. Right? Vaughn, I think we're gonna get to the brick lady. I think we might do something like that, something about that on Sunday. But right now we're gonna talk about Polight. Okay, so you see where they said the charges was dropped, right? You guys see that, right? Where they held up the thing saying, hey, the charges was dropped, right?
going to serve 7 years, and he will have 10 years of.
Okay. You guys see this there where they said those charges were dropped, right? Now, the question is, were they dropped or were they removed from the complaint? In other words, were they dropped where they said, hey, well, this is a charge that we shouldn't be charging you with? Or was it based on the plea agreement that your lawyer negotiated, and based on other factors, it was taken off the table? What do you think, Patrice?
Right. That's a good question. I think it's a possibility that it was taken off the table due to the plea agreement.
Of course, right?
Yeah.
See, I knew that's what it was taking so long to crunch this thing out, because they were trying to get all of those SEX charges off the table. They was trying to get, because he didn't want to have to register.
Mm-hmm.
See, he's willing to do 7 years, just as long as he don't have to register, right?
Well,
he's still. Oh, go ahead.
Well, he was originally looking at 25, right? So of course he probably gonna cop the plea instead of taking a chance of going to trial and getting that full 25 years or more. So copping the plea to get him 7 years was the easier route to go, and to get some of those charges either reduced or get them taken off as a part of the plea deal. So yeah, that's definitely interesting in finding out exactly what happened with that.
Yeah, okay. So right now, Polight. Now I'm gonna get to there was a couple content creators that had it all backwards, and I wanted one of which was Mr. Let Go. He had it all twisted up. So I want to get to that, but right now we're gonna get to, like I said, those charges where they dropped. No. See, this is where people can use they can use something that happened but not tell the full story. They didn't get dropped because he didn't do it. Right? He's making it sound like, hey, the charges are dropped because they made a mistake. They didn't make a mistake, right? It's just maybe the mother said, hey, I don't want to put my daughter through that. She's in counseling, she's this, she's that, she's trying to turn a corner, and I don't want to put her through all of that all over again. I don't want to even see you again, right?
Yeah, that's just like telling half truths. You know what I mean?
There
Or
you go.
the full extent of everything. They giving you half of the story or partial of the story or not all the story. Of just they created a narrative that's self of what they want you to believe. Charges wasn't dropped at all.
All right. Let's finish up. Now, this is polite partying, right? This polite partying after I guess he had inked out his he agreed to his plea deal. This is him partying. You know what I mean? Me personally, I'm telling you, boy, I would have, if I would have crawled out from under all the stuff he did, I would have faded away in the sunset, right? But this is him out partying, right, and posting it. I don't know what's wrong with that brother, man. But all right, so let's continue.
Probation. In this video here, I'm just showing you the delusions. This man is throwing a party for himself, saying that his charges are dropped. He also posted earlier on Instagram, his charges are dropped. He showed that he was in the gym, having a great time. He's living his best life. He even made a music video in reference to his case, which I'm going to play at the end. And no, I'm not promoting him. I just want you to see what narcissism looks like.
Wait a minute, Polight. I thought the black woman was God.
Did she say that word, that N word? Did I hear Sweet Monster call him the N word?
I'm not sure.
And I ain't talking about ninja. I'm talking about narcissism.
She did. She did call him narcissism. Yes, she did.
Listen, I don't know how bold a person can get, someone that's so full of themselves, so overtly narcissistic, allegedly. I'm going to say allegedly. That is so full of themselves that they would actually try to fool the masses, throwing a party for themselves and celebrating and saying the charges were dropped.
Wait a minute. Patrice, what kind of person would throw a party for something like that? You know what I'm saying? Like where your headspace got to be. Hey, Sherelle. Sherelle said he is a narcissist, right?
Hello. Think about it.
Yes.
Someone that's so big and bold and full of themselves to think that they can beat the system, to beat the law, beat the charges. Okay? That is a person that is overtly and malignant narcissist, right? Personality disorder. These charges.
Patrice?
I'm here.
Patrice.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Okay.
Yes. Hi, Sherelle.
Yeah, man. I mean, okay. So what kind of, if I knew there was a baby involved and the baby was having problems, man, I would just leave it alone. Like I said, that's me. He's him, I'm me. So we different people, right? But I think the average guy would just say, hey, man, why bet the house? You know what I'm saying? Just take your, cut your bait right here, go on and walk away. But this man, not only is going to lie and say that the charges was dropped, now he's out partying on top of that. But I just think it's a bad, I think it's a bad look. But we're going to get into it, man, because he is out here partying and really showing the kind of, this party says more about him You know what I mean? It says more about him and the mind state that he's in. And we're going to see a video that he made after the plea was, I guess, signed or whatever. He made a little video. We're going to go to that in just a minute. All right, so let's finish up. Let's finish up with Polight over here at the party for getting his plea deal.
You know, I speak about narcissism a lot. He is one of them. He's actually one of the worst kind. One that will violate a child. There's full proof and he'll still deny it. He was the cause of someone.
Now, family. When someone has the kind of reputation that Polight has, I mean, unless they come out and publicly clear it up, I don't think it's a good look to be partying with them. You know what I mean? I don't think it's a good look. And we as men, let me talk to the men. Huddle up here. Men, huddle up. We cannot be hanging out with dudes like this. We cannot be hanging out with dudes like this, man. Because what they do is they diminish us. We're dudes of the caliber that a woman should want. We trying to be that dude. We striving every day. We on that high, trying this every day to strive to be this person. We on this walk of life. We trying to stay close to the cobblestone, the stone. We trying to stay close to the standard to which a good man should be. This is a standard. That stone, that rock, this is a standard. And we trying to walk as close as we can to that standard for all of our life, right?
Well, Clarence.
Yes, ma'am.
Unfortunately, people that rock with people that do nefarious things like this man has done are the flying monkeys that we talk about when we did series.
Good point.
Right?
Good point.
Every narcissist have flying monkeys. And these are the flying monkeys, the men and the women that will sit on their platforms defending him, supporting him, partying with him, and continuing and acquiescing into the nefariousness of behavior, right?
Yeah.
So we know those type of people because a lot of times those type of people are actually narcissistic themselves. And that's problem. Right?
Agreed.
So that's why you get that. There's always going to be the flying monkeys.
Agreed.
Always.
But I want to finish this up with about talking to the men. We gotta shun these dudes, man. We gotta shun them. Hey man, come on, hang out with me, man. Come on, hang out. I got this space down here. Nah, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, but nah, I can't until you clear up this situation you got going on, man. I cannot let people see me being even remotely okay with something like that. I can't do it, man. My reputation is on the line. So, you know, so we gotta, in other words, we gotta shun them. We gotta shun them as men. Can't be partying with dudes with SEX charges on children. We just can't do it. We can't do it. And I agree with Patrice. Hey, you know, probably most of these guys are similar in thinking, right? Hey, it ain't no big deal. You didn't get caught. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to register. And even if you do, right? There's some people gonna follow Polight, even if he got to register. They're just gonna be with it, whatever, no matter what he do, right? Even when he was taking the money from the brother who passed away, he was scamming money off of that dude left and right? People were still in the trucks. One thing he never said, it was just him and Polight. It was other people around him. Other people around that was living off the blood money that Polight was sucking from this dude. But that's a whole nother story. Now we just talking about these charges, man, in us as men, not just Polight in particular, but any kind of man you know got this kind of behavior going on, or it's even suspected. If that man don't realize that it's his job to go out there and clear it up, then we got to leave him alone. We got to shun him. And maybe if we start shunning them as men, they'll say, man, I can't do that because I don't want to be put out of the community. Anyway, we got dudes out here partying with a dude that was charged with sex offending a child, a baby. They partying with this dude. They suckers just like him. Anyway, let's continue.
Being so depressed and stressed out to where he lost his life. This sentence isn't enough. It really isn't. But he'll probably pay behind those walls. God knows what will happen there. But let me go ahead and play this video for you. This is the Zoom court hearing, okay? So in this court hearing, you will hear him plead guilty. And directly after that, I will just play the impact statement of the mother of the victim. So you guys, go ahead, use the video as you will. It's easier to just have a straightforward audio of what happened. So if you need to use this.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Polight. Thought the black woman was God. You don't grab God like that? In public? You can grab God like that. I mean, you can embrace how you want to embrace behind closed doors, but you're going to grab God like that in public? Anyway, let's go. And I'm not going to play all the charges. I'm going to give y'all a quick rundown because what I really want to play is the mother's impact statement. That's what I really want to play. So I'm going to tell y'all what happened, man. Polight pled to some lesser charges. They took the sex charges off the table. So what does that mean? Polight is not going to have to register as a sex offender. Although part of the plea agreement is that he gets sex offender treatment. That's part of the plea agreement, right? He got 7 years. 7 years, right? Me and Patrice was talking about this. We thought he was going to get about 5 years. He got 7, right? He got 7 years. Probably do about 4, at least 4.5, right? That's state time. So he probably at least do half of that, right? Feds, you got to do 75%, I think, 80%, I think. But in the feds, state time, county time, you can do 50%, right? So who knows? Polight might be back. Why? Because ain't no kids there. He gonna get good behavior because ain't no kids there, right? That's all sex offenders, especially the ones that deal with kids. When they go to prison, they get good time. They rack up all the good time because they don't have no problems. They segregated from the general population, so they only have to deal with each other, right?
Wait a minute, Brother Clarence. Did I hear you say he does not have to register as a sex offender?
That's correct. He will not have to register as a sex offender. That's correct. As far as that's my understanding. He doesn't have any sex charges that he doesn't have any no charges that have that as a penalty.
No, I don't think that's correct. But I'll look more into it. But go ahead.
Yeah, look more into it, sis. Because if we listen to the whole, and I've listened to it, we listen to the whole thing. When the prosecution starts saying all of the stuff that's included in the plea agreement, that is not included in the plea agreement. She never mentioned nothing like that. So
okay, now
we can see.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you going to like play a video where they're reading all of the charges?
I can play this one where they reading everything. They went through it all. So let me play this one. Y'all got a minute to hang in there. This thing will take about 15-20 minutes, but hey, we can play it.
As reference in your videos, you can go right ahead. I want to shout out to the woman who posted this on her Instagram. Thank you so very much. Her name is on the actual clip that you're about to listen to, and go ahead and follow. This right here is Brother Polight's last couple of posts on Instagram, acting as if he's unbothered, claiming that he is not guilty and charges are dropped. Oh, hell no. I had to take a second to read this. DNA don't lie, but people do. That's why all the sex charges are dropped. I cannot believe this. Y'all, let's just get into the video.
Please welcome to the testimony about to give this the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, I'll need the old information. I want the defendant to be aware of what he was originally facing and what the new information. This is the new information.
I didn't give it to you.
Oh, I have on my video. All right. Okay, can you tell me your full name and date of birth?
Michael Eugene Noack Jr., August 10th, 1983.
All right, thank you. You were originally charged under case number F21-14438 with the following charges: lewd and lascivious molestation on a child, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. Count 2 was lewd and lascivious molestation on a child, 12 to 16 years, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. Lewd and lascivious conduct on a child under 16 by a defendant 18 or over, a second-degree felony, punishable by up.
What happened? Brooklyn, can you hear me? What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. It just went out. Oh, they trying to get me, girl. They trying to get me, girl. They trying to get me. Oh man, they trying to get me. All right, let's see. Let's put it back a little bit.
Punishable by up to 15 years state prison. Count 4, lewd and lascivious exhibition on a child under 16 years, defendant over 18, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison, and contributing to the dependency of a child, a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail. And then count 6 is interference with custody, a third-degree felony, punishable by up to 5 years state prison. The state has now filed an amended information today, charging you with the following: aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree felony, punishable by up to 30 years state prison. Count 2 is aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree felony, punishable by up to 30 years state prison, and contributing to the dependency of a child, a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail. It is my understanding that you wish to plead guilty to this new information. You would be adjudicated guilty, and your sentence has been memorialized in a 4-page plea agreement. Did you have the opportunity to go over this plea agreement with your lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. I do need the defendant to initial each page because there are not initials on these pages. All right. Noack, that you have gone over this plea agreement with your lawyer, and I want to go over it with you, not each and every aspect of it, but the major components of the plea agreement. But what I am going to ask is for the state to tell me the general terms of the plea agreement, and then we will go into the details on the contract. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the plea agreement includes an adjudication, 7 years of state prison, followed by 10 years of reporting probation. As a condition of probation, the defendant will...
What you say, 10 years probation? 10
years reporting probation. Okay. The defendant will complete the MDSO program. The defendant will not be allowed to have unsupervised contact with children. The defendant will have specific...
Okay, I'm just stopping it. I'm just stopping right here. She said the MDSO program. That is a that's a SEX offender program. So that's a program that he has to complete so that he can move into probation, right? All right. So just letting y'all know.
Terms regarding where he may work and the ability to wear a uniform. There are additional terms of restitution, of which $5,000 has been agreed to be paid upfront within 24 hours, mailed to the to the victim, and additional restitution to be paid out on a monthly basis once he is out of custody, and that monthly amount is highlighted in the written terms of the plea agreement. Additionally, there will be a stay-away order from victim TS and her mother, which is also mentioned in the plea agreement.
What is the total amount of the restitution?
The total amount of restitution is $25,000.
All right.
Comfortable providing probation with the proof of the 5,000 campaign?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. All right. Okay, so Mr. Noack, the terms of the plea agreement are as what the prosecutor just stated, that you are going to be entering a plea of guilty to the 2 counts of aggravated child abuse and 1 count of deliberate contributing to the delinquency of a minor. You will be adjudicated guilty, which is a criminal conviction on your record. Do you also understand, sir, that by entering into this plea that it may subject you to involuntary civil commitment proceedings set forth in Florida statutes 394.910 through 394.931? Do you understand everything that I've said thus far?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So Patrice, you see that they took all the sex crimes off the table.
Yes,
right?
brother. Yeah, but he is.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, and that is very unfortunate. But he is still being charged with some.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying about having him having to register. These
Exactly.
charges that he
That's what I
got,
think.
they don't have
Even,
registration doesn't come with those charges.
yeah, even though he have to take a essay class, I don't
Yeah.
understand why he's still not going to have to register as a essay offender. I don't get that part. And maybe
I
go
think
ahead.
this is what happened. This is my opinion of what's going on. My opinion is that the mother wants him to just be punished. And since the registration was holding everything up, I think he would have agreed to a lot of other stuff if they would have took the registration off the table. So I think that the registration was what they was fighting. I think the mother just wanted to get it over with. She didn't want to have her baby have to go up there and tell this whole story again and again and again. I don't think and then having her baby be cross-examined by Polight's people. I think she was trying to spare her baby from that.
So, yeah, but okay, the child didn't necessarily have to testify again just for him to be registered. Like, even based on these charges, it would seem like he would still have to register. I'm totally lost at that part, and maybe that's something a deeper diver of research or something that can be looked into, or maybe it's coming down the pipe at some point, maybe later. I wonder if the program is a part of it, just kind of come with registering, and they're just not mentioning it. I'm really confused by that. So
no, his charges don't. The charges that they charge him with, Patrice, registration doesn't come with those charges.
That's
So
crazy.
they can't register him with those charges because it doesn't come with those charges. You can't charge somebody for murder and then have them be an SX offender. You can't just randomly charge somebody with something like that.
Right, but
they register.
But apparently the charges that he has contributed to the delinquency of a minor, and it was something else. I can't think of the name.
Child abuse.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And then he has to take, but the class that he has to take is related to. Is it related to SA abuse?
Obviously, right? Because they're making him taking a SEX offender treatment class, right? They're making him take that class as a part of his probation, right? So
right, and then he can't go near or around the child or the mother. Again, I'm confused. I know the system is very confusing like that, but I definitely would want to know if that is a part. Obviously, it is though, because he's
I think it's a part of his probation, but it's not a part of his. I mean, once his probation is over, all that stuff is going to go out the window. I think
that's what my question is it possible that, okay, he got 7 years that he have to do, and he's probably on, like going to do 4.5, maybe 5.
Right.
And then he's on probation for 10 years.
Correct.
Right. And has to do this program. So I'm wondering, after his release, possibly would he have to register?
I don't know. Now, I don't think so, because usually they tell you up front, once you're released, you're gonna have
Right.
to do that. You're
Because
gonna have to register. But he don't
because
have charges that he have to register with.
the thing,
That's the
and I'm
thing.
wondering, is it a difference? I guess it is, but I was thinking like, Nicki Minaj husband that allegedly, raped that girl.
Right.
He pleaded to a lesser charge,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
But he still had to register as a sex offender. So I'm just curious. And he
It
actually,
probably is still a sex related charge, though, Patrice.
yeah, yeah. But
Like
so
these
is
charges
this.
aren't necessarily sex related, right?
But they
So,
are. I mean, he read off. Didn't he read off something that was
well,
real?
first he read off the charges that he was initially charged with, which were sex related. Then he said, now these are the new charges that
Okay, can we bring back the beautiful being footage to what he actually was charged with? Because I'm telling you, I'm literally confused about
Okay.
this.
We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. Y'all, we're gonna go back because Patrice. Y'all, we're gonna go back. All right, let me see.
Are additional terms of restitution.
Okay.
Parents with custody. You were originally charged under case number F21-14438 with the following charges: lewd and lascivious molestation on a child, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. Count 2 was lewd and lascivious molestation on a child, 12 to 16 years, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. Lewd and lascivious conduct on a child under 16 by a defendant 18 or over, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. Count 4, lewd and lascivious exhibition on a child under 16 years, defendant over 18, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. And contributing to the dependency of a child, a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail. And then count 6 is interference with custody, a third-degree felony, punishable by up to 5 years state prison. The state has now filed an amended information.
Okay, so you see right there, Patrice. He had six charges,
Right.
five felonies, which
Right.
were I think almost all of them were SEX related.
Correct.
And two of them that I think weren't, but one of them was still a felony. One still is a felony, right? Okay, so now we're gonna hear the new charges. This is what he's signing off to. This is what he's pleading to.
Right. Okay.
This is what he's gonna plead to.
Today, charging you with the following: aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree felony, punishable by up to 30 years state prison. Count 2 is aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree felony, punishable by up to 30 years state prison. And contributing to the dependency of a child, a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail. It is my understanding that you wish to plead guilty to this new information. You would be adjudicated guilty, and your sentence has been memorialized in a 4-page plea agreement. Did you have the opportunity to go over this plea agreement with your lawyer?
Yes.
Okay, stop it right
I
there.
do need.
I heard it. There was nothing sexually related in those charges that he has now.
That's what I heard.
Child abuse charge, not the SA charge. Wow.
Wow.
Oh my God. Now I'm trying to understand, because I understand him and his lawyer fighting to get the charges reduced, but why did the mother not fight to get the SA charges to stick? If she could, I think Patrice. They literally found this man's semen on this child's mouth and her clothing.
That's what it looks like, that, right? It should be slam dunk. Right?
Oh my God.
But there must be a fly in the ointment somewhere.
Well, this is the thing. It's got to be, because, like you said, the mother probably didn't want her child to testify and take her child through that. And that is the only reason why I can see them being able to beat that SA charge
There
and
you go.
have those child abuse charges, have those charges reduced to child abuse charges is
There
because
you go.
he did not want her daughter to take the stand.
Because she
And
knew that
that
the lawyer was going to paint her out to be
listen,
some girl
it
slinging it all over the place.
makes sense now. You know why? Because when I think about the Nicki Minaj husband charge, Kenneth Petty, the girl that he raped did not stand trial, did not go to trial. She didn't. So he
Right.
was able to plead to a lesser charge as well. And now it makes sense. It makes
All right, I'm gonna show y'all why, and I'm gonna show y'all. This is my estimation of why the mom said, "You know what? I'm not gonna let that lawyer cross-examine my baby." I'm gonna show y'all why. We're gonna take a quick break from the court situation. Now I want to show y'all. Y'all know a content creator called Mr. Let Go.
14, Ms. Brown. She was 14 years old when this happened.
Yeah, she's 14. So it means she's about 16 now, right? Okay, this is Mr. Let Go doing a video on the Polight situation, right? But in my opinion, he has it twisted. He has it twisted because in his opinion, the mother, just like we would listen to most of us listen to the news media who they had it wrong that the Polight asked the mother, "Hey, can I take your daughter out this way?" And it was actually Patrice that educated me on the fact that, hey, he said he was going to do A, and he ended up doing B. She didn't even know nothing about B happening. But this is where, and this is why I think that the mother she don't want the daughter to have to go through what she been going through, right? People calling her stupid and this and that. Like she was asked, can she take it? Of course she didn't. I mean, the more I think about it, why would she tell Polight, yeah, take my daughter to a place where my 14-year-old daughter to a place where they drinking alcohol and doing drugs? Yeah, go ahead. Right. I don't believe that. I don't believe she would have did that. All right. So this is Mr. Let Go, and we're gonna hear his opinion on how the mother handled the situation.
You were going to bring her right back. I thought you were going to have this trusting conversation with her that you promised me. Her and I both trusted you.
So this is where it stopped at on mine, but this is the rest of it.
For a grown man to violate a child who trusted him, you should be ashamed of yourself. You plotted on me and my little girl.
This is the mother's impact statement in court. I'm going to play that later.
Isolate, intoxicate, then violate my baby. Shame on you. I trusted you to bring her right back. You were supposed to bring her back the same way that you took her. Instead, you drugged her and took advantage of her. You sexually abused her. You forced alcohol down her throat. You then forced her to see things that no child should ever have to see. You forced her to feel things that no child should have to feel. You forced her to accept violence that no child should ever have to endure. You forced drugs in her that no human should ever even ingest. She's my child. My baby. How could you? How could you? You could have killed her with all the drugs that were found in her system. You thought your master plan was mapped out perfectly, huh? You thought I'd be dumb enough to believe you over my child. And you thought that money would blind me. You thought I was going to be so blinded that I wouldn't notice when you returned her with bruises all over her body and her mouth busted, uncontrollably shaking. Absolutely not. And although you executed your plan and you got what you wanted those couple of hours, you actually failed. Because look where you're at right now.
So now she said where they were for a couple of hours. Do you think she actually had them downstairs for a couple of hours? Do you think she could have got all those bruises and everything in her own house? Because she literally said downstairs, right here.
You made me fully trust you, and for that, my daughter trusted you too. But the truth is, You're a monster, a demon. The very first time that I allowed you to be alone with my daughter, the very first time, and you couldn't even help yourself. You told me you was gonna be right back. You were going downstairs.
Downstairs? How is it your child bruised and all this other stuff and been gone for 2 hours and she was just downstairs? She was not just downstairs, ma'am. You're lying.
Right. All right. So Mr. Let Go is saying that the mother is lying about giving polite consent. See, I think what it is, I think he's confused about what actually happened. I think, Patrice, you explained what happened. Could you explain it again?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time he's confused. Let me just say that. So this is what.
Okay. Let me set you up. How did Polight end up with a 14-year-old girl alone with a 14-year-old girl? How did that happen on the night in question?
Okay, so this is the alleged story, the original story that was out and told. The mother and the daughter had got into it. I don't know about what, but she's a teenager, and her and her mother got into a spat.
Okay.
Allegedly, Polight says, I'm going out. Let me take her with me. Y'all need to cool off. Y'all don't need to be, in the same room with each other. Y'all need to be apart till y'all cool off, whatever. I'm going out. Let me take her with me. I'm just paraphrasing here. Okay.
Okay. So that could mean I'm going out means let me take her downstairs, right? There could have been an apartment or whatever. And Polight could have said, hey, let me just take her downstairs, let her get some air away from you. Correct?
Correct. Could have been
that's possible, right?
Down the street, round the corner, up the block.
Right.
Could have been miles away. Who knows? So apparently, it obviously not end up being just downstairs because they stopped at a liquor store to buy some liquor. But on the way to this alleged party, and I don't know if the mother approved. I can't imagine or see this mother approving her daughter to go to a party at a club and her daughter's 14. I just don't, that does not logically make sense to me.
Right.
And it has not. They was trying to, paint that narrative by calling her mother stupid and dumb and ignorant and all this and that, right?
Right.
But Polight
he's saying she's lying. He's saying she's lying. Like he put like his version is that a Polight asked her, hey, I'm going to go take your 14-year-old daughter to a place where they doing drugs and they drinking and they smoking and they doing all kind of wild stuff. You okay with that? And the mother's like, yeah, go. Oh yeah, by all means, go ahead and take her. That don't sound right to me.
No, but and this was actually the first time she actually entrusted him to take her by himself because
he was thinking he was going to just take her to get some air and they was coming right back.
Correctly.
After they cooled off. Okay. See, I want to get the real story out there because it makes sense when you look at the scope of the whole situation. It makes more sense. That version makes more sense than him calling and saying, hey, I'm going to take your daughter to this place where they're going to be doing drugs and drinking. To all these grown-ups, these other predators are going to be here, and I'm taking your 14-year-old daughter. That doesn't sound like a normal person wouldn't have did something like that, in my opinion.
Right.
A normal mother wouldn't have said, yeah, go ahead and take her.
Exactly. And to answer Blaze's question, the mother is actually his girlfriend. So he has ex-girlfriend, but at the time, a part of his harem, because he has a harem of women. Everybody knows that Polight is known for having a harem of women. She was actually one of his women. And so she agrees thinking that, maybe they'd be gone an hour or two or whatever, no big deal. But I don't believe, now, this is just me personally, that she ever would have approved him to say, and I'm going to stop by a party at a club.
I just don't see that either.
Where they're serving alcohol and things of that nature, right? And it's already nighttime when they leave. So now he stops. They stopped. Well, they stopped at the club first. The club was closed. Then he stops by the liquor. Then he stops by the liquor store to get liquor. So the girl's in the car. He's an adult. He drinks. He probably just thinking he's gonna stop and get something to drink before they go in the house or go home or whatever. But he ends up taking her to some hotel room he had already paid for or whatever.
Yikes.
And then that's when the incident happened where he gets her, intoxicated. And he's some kind of pills he put in the alcohol, right?
Yikes. Yes.
He's enticing this 14-year-old girl to drink. So the girl starts to get sick, throwing up. She passes out. So he's trying to, in the midst of her passing out, he's literally trying to, I guess, put something down her to make her throw up so all of the alcohol and drugs can kind of come up. But prior to that, she remembers going in and out of consciousness with him having his private parts either around or in her mouth.
Oh my God.
So she wakes up. She wakes up and, she's got all, her mouth is swollen. She got all of the residuals from alcohol and the drugs that was in her system around her mouth. That's the evidence, along with his semen. Now that's the evidence that was found, as well as the semen that was on her clothing, on her person. When they say person, they mean it on her body or her clothing or anything that's on her.
Right.
And that's for me. And of course, and then he takes her home and the mother's like, what is going on? What happened to my daughter? Yada, yada, yada. And he goes, please don't call the police because it'll ruin my career. So why would you say that if you are innocent? Why would you say that?
Right.
To your lady about her daughter.
Good question.
If you're an innocent person. Don't call the police because
take a plea?
You'll ruin my career. Yeah. So that's pretty much the story, which I think later on, I guess after he left or went somewhere, she called the authorities, and they later arrested him. So yes. Good evening, Pat Taylor. So yeah, that's the original story that came out originally when this happened. And because Polight was on his platform, kind of indicating that the mother knew that he was taking this girl to this party. I don't believe that. She knew that he was taking his daughter. Yes, she knew that. She gave permission because she trusted this man, right? This man had been around her and her daughter, with them, but she had never trusted him to do it alone. And finally, when she did, that's what he did.
Now, let me ask y'all out there, you guys out there in the chat, if you think that a mother who had never let Polight take her daughter by himself anywhere, the first place she's going to let him take his daughter, her daughter to, is a place where they're doing drugs and alcohol and they partying and he's partying with other predators. Does that make sense to you? Put a 1 if you think that. If you don't think that, put a 2. Put a 2 if you think, hey, no, that doesn't make no sense, Clarence. Because I don't think it makes sense. I don't think a woman, maybe the first time out, you probably gonna go somewhere where she can at least see you, right? I can understand she's saying, him saying, hey, I'm just gonna take her. She'll be downstairs with me, right? And her thinking, okay, well, they're still in the building. They're still in the building. I can run down there and get them if I want to. She calls and she can't reach him on the phone. Then she goes down there and she doesn't see them nowhere. Now she's getting worried, right? She's like, wait a minute. She's like, where's my daughter? She's not answering her phone. What's going on? I thought you guys were going to still be in the building.
Yes, I heard about that part of the story later, that she actually was starting to get worried after a certain amount of time and was calling both of their cell phones, and neither one of them was answering their cell phones. So of course she got concerned. Yeah.
That makes sense. See, the version of the story that you've been telling, Patrice, that makes sense. That makes sense that what was going on, right? But if the other version that he's telling doesn't make any sense. And when you think about it, who would do that? She have to be crazy.
A narcissist would do that. A narcissist would create a story and a narrative, to make him look innocent and the mother and the 14-year-old girl look guilty.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
You know that's what they do when they're up against the wall with being fake. But listen, everything has come out in court, right?
Yeah.
All the evidence has proven that he actually did something sexually to this girl, even though those charges were dropped, but it was actually proven. The man's semen was on this child's person.
Well, now he's saying it ain't semen. His people saying that ain't semen. It must be sweat or something else, okay. Right?
If his DNA is on this child, mouth and person, why? Why would an adult?
He gave her a hug, Patrice. He gave her a hug. He gave her a hug, and some of the skin cells fell off on her because he gave her a hug because he was trying to tuck her in the bed.
That's a good try, bro. Good try. Yeah. just like his semen and DNA got around her mouth, right? Yeah.
That's
so
what they're saying. They're saying it's not semen. They're saying that you can't prove that it's semen. Yeah, it's my DNA, but you can't prove that it's semen. See, that's what they questioning. Now they're going on, okay, well, you can't prove that it's semen because your expert that you got is gone. We can't question that person. The person that said this was semen, we can't find this person now. Where is this person? Right? That's another lucky break they had, or maybe they slid her some money. Huh?
So no, I'm saying, are you serious? That was actually a person that said that had proved about the semen is now gone?
Yes. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that.
Now this gets crazy. Okay, go ahead.
But let me ask you something, Patrice.
Sure.
Just like the Don King trials, the mafia trials. When does all of a sudden these experts just disappear? Somebody slide them some money, right?
Exactly. and evidence too, and evidence as well, right?
Yeah, right. Don King said 12 people on a long vacation after he got acquitted from a couple of things, right?
That part.
You know what I'm saying? So same thing with Donald Trump, right? The people go on these big vacations after he gets found acquitted, right? But the point is, this is, but he, of course, is going to make it out to be like, oh, she's running, she's hiding because she can't definitively prove this. But we all know that, hey, man, people can slide people money, especially the kind of money he got or he had access to. I don't know if he still got it. Still got people following him. So who knows?
Yeah, well, if whoever this person is that had the evidence of the semen that is now missing and that person is missing, yeah, something is up with that. So I had no idea. So I'm interested in hearing this situation.
We're gonna get there. But I wanted to show why the mother is probably just like, you know what? I don't want to even put my baby up there. Look at all the arrows I'm taking. And I didn't even do anything. The man just said he was gonna take my daughter downstairs so she could cool off and bring her back. Next thing I know, it's 4, 5, 6 hours later, I haven't heard from them. But everybody thinks that he came upstairs and asked me, oh, I'm going to take your daughter to this party with all these adults where we're going to be doing drugs and drinking. Is that okay with you? Oh, by the way, I know it's the first time I've ever been alone with her. Is that okay with you? And I know it's after it's late in the evening already. Is that okay with you? It had to be late because when he got to have the club closed, it had to have been late, right? Clubs don't close at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Clubs close late, probably around 2 or 3, right? So it had to have been late.
Exactly. And
right?
we're talking about clubs in Miami, bro. Like,
right?
It had to be real late. You know what I'm saying? We talking about clubs in Miami normally don't close till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right?
Depends on what day of the week it is, right?
Right.
So with the club being closed, and honestly, even if he said, "Let me take her downstairs so she can cool off," y'all need to be apart from each other, and the mother has no idea that he said, "And get in the car, let's go for a ride and cool off." That's unbeknown to her. Now, normally, on any logical family or person will make sense as to say, well, why did you allow him to take her to a party or drive off with her? Obviously, the mother probably didn't know that part. So we are so we're gonna, you know what I mean? So we gonna, like, put yourself in that position of shoes as a parent. Okay, cool. Go downstairs, let her ass cool off, whatever the situation is, because I'm pissed at her right now. We're arguing, whatever.
Right.
But I have no knowledge that you taking her and putting her in your car, driving off with her, and going to a party and liquor store and going. I don't know that part.
She had no clue that he'd been waiting for this opportunity. He'd been waiting for it. She had no clue, right?
And it was a prime of opportunity.
Yeah, y'all got it, man. I'm telling you, man. Y'all single mothers, man. I mean, man, y'all gotta really keep your eye open, man. It's so many perpetrators out here, man. You gotta just keep your eye open. And a lot of them got money. Jeffrey Epstein and Polight type dudes, they got all this money. And you think, man, they're good. They must be good because they got all this money. But they got all this money because they plugged into the system. They plugged in. And not in a good way plugged in. They plugged in with all of this nefariousness.
And then too, brother, even though he's with the mother, these mothers that have children, these men be after your children. They'll take you to get to your child. Please know that. They will deal with you to get to your child.
Yes.
That's the dangerous part of when you dealing with a guy and have he's your guy, or you marry him, he's your husband, and now he's a stepfather or whatever, or the boyfriend, and he's coming around. You really thinking he coming around interested in you, and you got a child. Doesn't matter if it's girl or boy. They be after your child too, and they'll deal with you to get to your child. That's what pedos do. That's what they do.
They're good at building trust. So here's what happened, Quantum. I know Quantum said, "Oh, mom's a weirdo. Cool off. She should have been." Yeah, we said that the last video, that Polight should have took the mom instead of the daughter, right? But sometimes we can get so upset that we're not thinking clearly, and we agree to something that we normally in our right mind we wouldn't agree to it, right? But she was I think it was a couple of things, and Patrice said it last time. I think he had built up enough trust in her to where she felt like, and he didn't say, "I'm taking her off the premises." He said, "I'm taking her downstairs. I'm taking her down, let her cool off," or I was going. In other words, he made it sound like he was going to be close by. Wasn't nothing for her to even interject and say, "What do you mean? Where are you taking my daughter?" Right? She didn't feel like that was the threat of anything happening outside of what in her mind she thought in her mind was going to happen. What's going to happen? Polight is the one that said, "Okay, I got her now, right? I got her. I'm gonna take her." He just took her and went and did what he wanted to do with her, right? Took her phone from her, allegedly, and then he did what he wanted to do with her, right? But I'm showing you guys Mr. Let Go, because Mr. Let Go is going in on the mother, and I don't think that the mother is to blame. Well, let me put it like this: she's the chief one at blame. I feel like, yes, I think she had a lapse in judgment by letting the girl go instead of her. No, you take me. Don't take my daughter. You take me out. You take me out of the place, right?
That's good. That's a good judge of character to say a absolute lapse in judgment and a horrible mistake. But we're not going to blame the mother for something that pedophile did. That's reversing the blame on who it should be on originally. Yeah. He is the one that's the pedo that committed the essay of crime, right? So let's not push all of that blame. Let's not push that blame on the mother because she did lapse in judgment, a horrible mistake, thinking she trusts this man that she's been with for, I think, a couple of years or something.
I'm not sure. But let me ask all of y'all, let me ask you, and especially you, Quantum, let me ask you.
This is my humble opinion. I like when we shift the blame on the parent, and that takes the blame off of the perpetrator. In my humble opinion.
Oh, and I agree with you to a degree, Patrice. I agree with you. But let me ask Quantum this. Have you ever gotten that upset at somebody and then you said something that you normally wouldn't say, or you did something that you normally wouldn't do, right? We've all gotten that upset. We've all gotten that upset. And then we turn around and luckily nothing major happened from it, right? Some of us have had, there's guys sitting in prison right now that came home and found the wife in a situation, or same thing, women sitting in prison right now, found their husband in a situation and ended up doing something. They call it crimes of passion, right? Where you just got that passion where you just, they call it temporary insanity, right? You're not in your right mind. And so you do something that you normally wouldn't do. I think that fits better with the scenario of what's going on, as opposed to her agreeing to let the girl go with her. You guys understand what I'm saying? Quantum said it doesn't take the blame off of him at all. I agree with you with that, Quantum, because it's definitely 100% his fault. But we're talking now, we as a parent, we gotta say, okay, there's a role we playing in this, because we opened the opportunity, we created the opportunity. So now, are there extenuating circumstances that made us do that? We were upset, we were on drugs, we were intoxicated some type of way, something like that, right? In this situation, I've been so angry with with all of my sons. I've been so angry with them, right? I done said in different things like that, right? But we've all blown our top, and we just said, you know what, get out of my face, right? We've all done that. I'm saying maybe that might have been one of these moments. That scenario fits this situation better than him going up to the ask them, hey, I got your 14-year-old daughter. It's 2 a.m. I'm going to take her to a party. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think anybody, even the worst mother in her right mind, would have said, go take her, right? I don't think anybody would have said something like that at 2 a.m. I mean, I don't even think she would have said that earlier in the day, but 2 a.m. in the morning, I mean, just doesn't, and not that likely. Sister Annie.
Hey.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Y'all talking about the kids. I'm coming up here. Y'all talking about the kids. What's going on, sis?
Okay, so this one's a rough one for me to hear.
Yeah. All of it is.
So I just want to. So because we're going to be talking about, or you're talking about Polight, okay? To the point where y'all were just talking about with the mom. Now, I just want us to all just remember, because when you think about, when you play dominoes, there's one domino at the beginning that causes a lot of things to fall at the end, right?
Right.
So one thing that I would say, because I believe that when something happens, that we need to inspect every aspect of a situation. The mother, now, I'm not a person that agrees with polygamy and, whenever I get married, that I'm going to have all these extra wives and extra husbands running around and stuff. But some of the things that I have seen with Polight, with his multiple wives, these women make decisions about being in that type of relationship, and the children are just collateral damage in that kind of situation. Okay. They're seeing things, they're getting used to seeing certain behavior that they themselves haven't had enough growth to decide if that's something that they agree with. So they may not agree with being in a household with a whole bunch of different women and a whole bunch of different kids. And I'm not saying I know exactly what the living situation was. So I think that that little girl was exposed to some pretty adult things early on, right? And she was placed in very vulnerable to me situations, mentally and physically. So we can't ignore that part, because sometimes certain things open up doors for other actions to happen, right? And no mother would ever, I believe, I've been watching a lot of parole hearings and stuff. There are some very, very, very trifling mothers. Okay.
Agreed.
What I'm just saying to this point is, when that child was placed in a situation that she had no say-so in, it left her vulnerable. Now, the mom, from what I was listening to, and I think I heard a lot of the witness statement and what I've been hearing, and there's no way to say that anybody is totally being honest. Something is missing from every side of the story.
Agreed.
It is more logical to me that a mother would agree to someone that she's in a relationship with taking her child downstairs. I don't agree that a mother should be the adult in the situation and she has the child go figure out how to reason and get herself back at peace. No, you go do it. You go sit in the bathroom and calm yourself down. So I'm hoping that is something that she's grown from, that is not the way that she should resolve issues if she has disagreements with her child, because that won't be the first or the last. So I would not do that. But just because I would not do that doesn't mean that it's 100% wrong. But sometimes we got to be a little more proactive in our thought process so that we don't make other people vulnerable in situations that, if anything, we make decisions to do certain things. Like if we go out at night, with no phone and stuff, that's a decision we make. Don't go out with your child with no phone, with flip-flops late at night, going to an ATM, right? Because now what you've done is you made yourself be placed in a vulnerable position and this child. So I'm not blaming the mother, but I'm also wanting the mother to be accountable for ways that she should have done something and could have done something differently. So I would say that.
I think we all agreed there.
Yeah.
I think we all agreed there.
Now that analysis was actually really good when you speaking overall on the children, growing up in that type of environment and having no say-so and control, and they're left in very vulnerable conditions and for things to happen to them. I agree to that. And yeah, the mother needs to take onus and responsibility and accountability for her actions in it. But when I was saying what I was saying, I was talking about the blame. You know what I mean? Like the blame, her accountability, her lapse in judgment and all of that. Yes, be accountable for that, because I know this is hurting her and going to hurt her for the rest of her life. The decision she made when she trusted him, to be her daughter, to be in his care. Absolutely. But I'm talking about the blame for the action solely goes on him.
Well, yeah, and I think that we're all on the same page that, like, his actions are totally to blame for what happened, right? Would she have been out with him if the mom did not say it was okay? We can't like be blind to that part of it also, right? And nobody thinks, like, there's no way that I believe that mother thought that this man that she's sharing with other women would do anything to her child. So I definitely don't believe that. I'm just saying, like, we can't be not to blame. He's totally to blame, but can't be blind either. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree with you, sis. Like you saying that whole analysis when you look at it of how all those other women and their children, were being raised also in that type of environment. And this is why a lot of times I say the things that I say about living that poly life and, when there's no rules and regulations, no boundaries, and and you don't know who you're actually getting involved with, what I mean? And Brother Polight had already had a history, prior to this of having incidents of being involved with underage children. I don't know if that woman knew that, but it was alleged that, a relative of Sonetta's wife was an underage girl that ran off with Polight. All of this has been all over social media and all out here. So I'm not sure if that woman, knew that, because knowing that, I absolutely wouldn't have trusted him with my child under no circumstances. You know what I'm saying? But we do have naive and gullible women that are in that type of environment. That's why they get picked and chosen by men like Polight, and they get used and abused themselves, is because they are naive and gullible, and they acquiesce into that type of lifestyle, not knowing what they're themselves are getting themselves into. Or maybe they do, and it's all, crazy and nefarious, right? But I just that this part of it, I know that this is something that she will live to regret for the rest of her life, that decision that she made. So I agree with
and I'm gonna say, and see, this is the only thing I'm saying, y'all. I don't think that I'm not trying to blame the mother. I'm just trying to say I think we're trying to find any gaps that we can close. Let's close them, right? Whether it was the mother, whether it was Polight, whether it was this, whatever gaps there are, let's just close them, right? So we can't say that the mother had no part in it. We just saying, okay, she's not to blame. She wasn't the person that started the incident or created the incident or said, yeah, I want to. She wasn't attempting to put her daughter in that situation. She inadvertently put their daughter in that situation by trusting Polight. And we're saying, okay, so if that's where her error was, then let's look at that so other mothers won't make that same error, right? So yeah, just because you got a dude and he with you, and he's always trying to, hey, let me take little Amy to the store. No. Well, okay, let me take Amy to get you this birthday present. Me and her gonna buy you. No. They always trying to get them off to be with your daughter by themselves. And that should be a red flag right there.
Or your son, brother. Or your son.
Or your underage sons. Yeah. Son that's under like 11 or 12. Yeah, I think that's gonna be that's an ugly situation right there. So and I think that's what it speaks to is a character. We got to look into the character more of these people, man, that we trust in our house with our children, in my opinion. But I think we all saying the same thing. We just saying it in different ways. But let me bring Vaughn into the situation. Vaughn, did you have something you wanted to have something you want to add to the story, man?
Yeah, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, sound good, brother.
All right. Brother. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Well, this story is very interesting, and I have to agree with what Ane said. That it's a lot of strange stuff going on.
Definitely.
And in regards to the mother, listen, mothers need to be a little bit more careful.
Agreed.
They need to have their eyes open just a little bit more. Because things are going on, and if you're not paying attention, then you're going to overlook them. And I thought it was very strange that he told the mother, well, don't tell the police. Let this just be between me and you. Now that's pedophile behavior right there. See what I'm saying? Isn't that what they tell the little kids?
Yikes!
Don't tell nobody. It's just a secret now between us two, right?
Yeah.
You see, and me having been a person that has gone through being violated as a child,
Man.
you know, I can look back and remember some of these characteristics when I look back, you know. And so definitely, you know, it's not like I want to blame the mother, but are you being responsible leaving your child in the custody of a grown man? You know, you don't see any red flags about that at all. You know what I'm saying?
But Vaughn, he had built up her trust. These predators are good at building trust, right? They make it
exactly.
They're good at you know, the facade, right?
And that is the trick. That is the deception of the enemy. It is to gain your trust. You see what I'm saying? And once he does that, now he can just piper you along the way,
right?
You know? But this brother here, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he really doesn't make it through the 7 years of his term while he's incarcerated. You know, I don't wish anything on anyone, but you know, you
definitely won't make you visit some Hebrew Israelites in there.
Yeah, you listen. You reap what
they have a
sow.
special affection for him.
Exactly. You see, and you know, man, I digress for a minute so we can continue to talk about it. But man, you know, this is crazy.
All right, y'all. We gotta finish this video because I want y'all to see why the mother was probably so eager to just say, you know what, let's just get it over with. I don't want to put my baby on the stand, and I don't want to have this piece of crap lawyer start tearing her credibility up. They already eaten me alive out here, thinking I agreed to send my daughter out to a party at 2 a.m. They think that's what they think about me. They're gonna annihilate her. So let's just get it over with. So I'm gonna show you why I think she probably agreed to this plea situation.
You have created a lifetime of trauma for my daughter and I. Before you never knew evil existed. You brought so much evil into our lives that early morning, and I'll never forget. I called you like 50 times and you wouldn't answer me. My daughter. I called her to work and took her phone.
Okay, you called her like 50 times. I mean, she called you like 50 times, but she said she was downstairs.
You made me fully trust you, and for that, my daughter trusted you too. But the truth is, you're a monster, a demon. The very first time that I allowed you to be alone with my daughter, the very first time you couldn't even help yourself, you told me you was gonna be right back. You were going downstairs.
What is this downstairs stuff? Can you imagine somebody being downstairs and you call them 50 times? Why don't you just walk down the steps? She's lying. Do y'all?
Okay, can y'all see that he has a very bad misunderstanding of what actually took place? And he is promoting that as the lady gave permission to do this. And now, why, if you gave permission, why are you calling 50 times? See, this doesn't make sense. It's not logically making sense here to what he's describing. It's not logically making sense here. If she would have gave him permission to take her off the premises, she wouldn't have been calling 50 times. She wouldn't have went down there looking for him. She's obviously calling because she went down there looking for him and didn't for both of them and didn't see them. Right?
That's what I was gonna say. She probably had already went downstairs.
Of course she did. Of course she did. But the way he's describing it does not make any sense. He's not even thinking about what he's saying. Because why would somebody say, hey, because his story is Polight got permission from the girl, from the mother, to take the daughter to this party. That's his story. And now she's trying to lie and say, I didn't give my permission. If she didn't give the permission, then why would she be, if she gave the permission, why would she be calling? Right? Why would you call somebody 50 times if you gave permission for them to go? I gave you permission to take her. Obviously, she didn't give permission for that, right? but that makes more sense. But anyway, so that I just want to show y'all that, and this thing goes on for 2 hours where he is just totally annihilating the mother, right? So I'm thinking the mother, and not only Mr. Lego, I just want to show he is just one person. There's thousands and thousands of people out here beating up on the mother, saying the mother's no good, she's lying, she this, right? Based on their understanding of the situation. But if you use logic, you can see, okay, that doesn't really make sense with the situation. It had to have gone this way, right? So I'm saying that the mother probably said, hey man, if they tear me apart, I can at least defend myself, but this is my daughter, this is my 16-year-old daughter. That's gonna mess her up forever to have all these people beating her up. I'll take the arrows for her. Let me just go ahead and get this over with. Let's get our money. Let's go move and do whatever we got to do. So I'm thinking that's why she agreed to this situation. But anyway, let's hear what y'all want to hear what Polight had to say. Let's hear what Polight had to say about the situation, because Polight has some interesting things to say about this situation.
Mother and the daughter and the prosecution dropped every single sexual charge.
That's false.
I'm saying it again.
They removed them because of the plea
daughter,
agreement.
my accusers, in addition to the state, the prosecution, all agreed they need to drop all of the sexual charges. So yeah, it's a victory, but it's bittersweet. It's a victory because I was facing life. No parole, no probation. Now you may say, how could this be possible if a minor was so-called molested and there was DNA evidence? And people say DNA don't lie. And I always said people do.
Okay, y'all. Okay. Now, you have to listen very carefully, because guilty people, they will try to word things like they're not guilty, but they word it in a way, they put the guilt in there. The guilt is still in the phrasing of what they're saying. They're just phrasing it in a way where they're expanding the possibility that something went faulty. It's not that he's never said, I'm innocent. He's not going to ever say, I'm innocent. What he's going to say is, they dropped the charges.
That part.
Do you see what's going on here? It's a very subtle thing that's going on here.
Yep. People are not reading between the lines when he said that, right?
Very subtle.
Did not, and the mother and them did not agree for the charges to be dropped.
No, that was a negotiation
between his attorney. A part of the plea, you guys.
Agreed.
He is painting and twisting a narrative, okay?
Yes. So I want y'all to listen, because if you listen, there you go, Pat, it's technicalities. Now, if you pay attention, you're going to catch him. You'll be able to catch him when he's doing this stuff. See, we already caught one. He's saying, the charges were dropped. They just agreed that this is charges. So what is he insinuating? He's insinuating that these charges was false to begin with. They never should have been levied against him. That's what he's trying to insinuate. But he ain't saying that. He's insinuating it.
And bro, Clarence, you are so right. He not once never said, I'm innocent.
I'm innocent. I didn't do none of this stuff, right? He just said, hey, I'm not guilty. He didn't ever say, I'm innocent. I don't know what they talking about. That ain't I don't know whose semen that is. Go ahead, let's test it 100 times. Right? No. Just, you can't prove that that's semen. So it's DNA, it's just not semen. So where did it come from? It still came from you, right? But listen, y'all, I want y'all to hear it, because see, this is how Polight has been getting over for the last 10 years or so, because he's been able to play the semantics game. So listen very, very carefully. We're going to catch all these lies. We're going to catch all the insinuations here.
Well, let's do this. The serologist, the expert that so-called found 6 semen stains amongst a headscarf and a t-shirt. Never mind the fact the whole rape kit said negative. They checked this girl for 5 different types of DNA, finger DNA, all types of different DNA. Checked her vagina, checked her mouth, checked her saliva, checked her excrement, checked her.
Now, hold on. Now, if they checked her for all this stuff, why you playing? Right? You sound just like Dr. York. Hey, I'm innocent, but give me the 135 years, though. I'll just go ahead and plead to the 135. If you innocent, why don't you just take it to court, fight the case?
Exactly. He's using word salad. Remember,
There
we
you
use
go.
all these words. This is what narcissistic people do when they're trying to create and spin a narrative to make themselves look good and innocent and make the other persons look, oh, y'all see, they dropped the charges. So guess what? They're the liars. That's the narrative he's trying to create. When you pay attention to between the lines conversation.
Now, see,
exactly
we can say that. We could say that if he never pled, if they dropped all the charges and they just dropped everything. They said, hey, look, we're gonna drop it. We found out the girl this was all made up, right? Then we could say, okay, Polight, maybe you got a point here, but you still pled? You still pled after that?
Exactly. And even after that, in the mother's speech, she still used the words essay. She still used that word.
Yeah.
So again, we
gonna get there, Patrice. We're gonna get there. Well, first of all, I want to hear what Polight has to say, and I want y'all to pay attention carefully because he's gonna try to structure this thing like, oh, I'm just this innocent man that I just got pulled into this situation. I'm innocent, right? There's this conspiracy against me, right? Same thing, Dr. York. This is a conspiracy against me. But go ahead and give me the 135 years.
That's what he wants us to believe, right?
I'm gonna go ahead and plead to this. You got no case, you got no evidence, you got nothing, but I'm gonna go ahead and plead. No, that sound right.
And listen, it's a possibility too that even without the 14-year-old testifying, if he would not have taken that plea and then went to trial, it's a chance he still could have got charged. So that's exactly why he took the plea.
Even more stuff on him. I think if he would have went to trial, they would have just said, you know what? If we gonna spend all this money, we gonna put all the cards on the table.
That part.
Might as well.
And you know what? I believe that was his strategy. You see what I'm saying? It was take a plea, so you can get less time for what you actually did do because you did it. See what I'm saying? You did do that.
You did something. Right? You did something in there.
Exactly. Something definitely happened.
Because ain't no way I want my DNA on no 14-year-old girl.
But this dude looks very suspect anyway. You see, what he's got some kind of scarf on and he's wearing a purse. I mean,
oh no, he's possessed. Man. He's possessed. He is definitely possessed. Demons have gotten this man. When he started out, like we did in earlier videos that we did, y'all, we talked about how when he started off, he was like Black Power and the Black people and this and this. And he was starting off on a whole different thing, right? Mm-hmm. As the money started rolling in, that's when we went from the Black Power to money power, right? Now I'm hanging out with celebrities. Forget the Black Power. We talking money power now. And now people was throwing all kind of money at him because they thought he was still doing a good thing or his intentions was good.
Well, you know what, Brother Clarence? I said, I know that they gave him 7 years, but I don't believe that it's going to take 7 years for those inmates to deal with him.
We don't know.
that
we
part
don't know.
Right there.
He tried to get the Hebrew Israelites kicked out of the courtroom, right?
That some people don't think too kindly, of that
there's
type
a lot of people
behavior.
that don't, right? There's a lot of people that don't.
We'll just have to see how that pans out.
We'll see how that pans out because I don't think he's gonna get this whole what if charges was dropped past the Hebrew Israelites. I think they got a special type of affinity for him. Hey, all right. So, but we're going to say, Clarence, I want to join the conversation. Can you please put the link? Okay, Pagoda, I will. This is just the home team up here now. These are the people after that, but I'm going to put the link out. But we got to get through this. We got to get through this video first, Pagoda. Give me about another 20 or 30 minutes. All right. So this is Polight. We're going to go back to Polight. I want you guys to listen very carefully, very, very carefully. Okay, here we go. Here's Polight.
Her feces. Checked her urine. Everything came up negative. You would think because of all the violent acts I was accused of, how I came inside of her, how I came on her face, how I bust her mouth open from penetrating her so physically, that there would be some kind of trace of something, some kind of DNA. But the rape kit came up all negative. So now we're in a conundrum. So how the hell how does the DNA just skip to a t-shirt and a headscarf? Well, the serologist that did the report that labeled it semen stains, when you got high-powered attorneys such as myself, then what happens is when you spend damn near 200 grand on your defense, you have the right to do depositions. We have our own private investigator. We have our own, guess what, forensics expert. So our forensics expert said this. Our forensics expert said, we want to take a look and see what's going on over there. So when our forensics expert took a look and examined these so-called clothes with semen stains, we had some questions about how did you definitively conclude that that was semen in the first damn place. So guess what happens after that? A deposition is when we interview anybody that's part of the situation, whether it be the mother, the daughter.
Okay, y'all. Here we go. It's an exercise in critical thinking. Here. Now, what did he say? He said that the expert that said that it was semen, they wanted to depose that person, bring him in for a deposition, and find out how did they definitively conclude that it was semen. What is he not saying? He is not saying it wasn't semen.
Exactly.
Listen to this very carefully.
Exactly. Word salad. I'm telling you.
See, sometimes you have to listen to what the person is not saying.
There you go,
versus
Vaughn.
what the person is saying.
That's what I mean.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what I mean. He's not saying, he said, we tested it. But what did he not say? We tested it, and my expert said it was not semen. He never said that. What he said is, we wanted to ask her, what made you say it was semen? See, instead of me saying, this is not semen, and instead of my expert saying, this is not semen, we want to jump on your credibility. We want to test your credibility. How did you determine it was semen? Because we found some other stuff with it, and maybe we can paint a narrative with this other things that we found with it. We gotta listen, y'all. Polight is one of these kind of people, man, that he can play with the semantics and not say it. And it's like Vaughn said, you got to see what's not being shown, right? You got to see what's not being shown. This is ultimate verbal 3-card money going on here. Right.
Exactly. But isn't that like what most narcissistic people do to try to fool the masses, and they get the flying monkeys to agree with them? And if you are not a critical thinker, you will fall for the okie doke.
That's it.
Every time, hook, line, and sinker.
That's it. And so, and I'm saying this not only just for Polight, but for other narcissists, alleged narcissists that we might have in our midst, that might be trying to double talk us, right? Because this is double talking, right? He is a narcissist. I am not qualified to diagnose him as a narcissist, so I'm saying alleged. That's the only reason I'm saying that.
Well, Clarence, I'm not either, but you heard Dr. Ramani say we've done so much research. We probably know more than a lot of the therapists know.
And then not only that,
you definitely,
but Brother
you
Clarence,
definitely know more.
Not only that, but listen, you know, if it quacks like a duck and has webbed feet like a duck, see what I'm saying? It has feathers, it floats on water. See what I'm saying? Now we should be able to definitely determine that that is a duck.
Yes, should be, but you know, I try to respect the people with that went to school and got that paper. Okay, you got the paper, so you can call somebody a narcissist. I'm gonna just say alleged narcissist. How about that? All right, y'all. So we got to get moving because Polight has so much more game to drop on us. So now he's saying that, you know, how did your expert determine that it's semen? Because we had another expert look at it. Okay, well, what did your expert say, Polight? Did he say it was semen or not semen? Well, we don't want to talk about that. We want to know what made you decide it was semen, right? You ain't telling us what your expert said, right? All right, here we go.
Daughter, the people who took the 911 call, whoever. The prosecutor gets to sit in while we interview them, while there's a court-appointed stenographer that types up everything. The prosecutor can hear everything as it goes so they can make a determining factor if they got a case or not. Point in case, we couldn't interview the serologist, Stephanie Thompson, because she mysteriously disappears when we want to question her about how she came up with those results.
Yeah, funny how that goes.
I'll say it again. The person who said that there was semen stains on the headscarf and the shirt, despite the fact the rape kit tested for 5 different DNAs, considering the egregious acts that I was accused of, the rape kit came up all negative, which science would suggest I did absolutely none of the things that I was accused of.
Yeah,
science would suggest I did absolutely none of the things that I was accused of. Okay? All right? That's what science would suggest. Science would suggest that.
Look at, here we go again. Here we go again. That's what science would suggest. I'm not innocent, right? Hey, all you gotta do is I'm innocent. I didn't do this. This proves that I didn't do it.
Yeah, and so now science proves it.
No, science don't prove it, Vaughn. See,
what kind of fallacy is this?
Science suggests it.
Oh, it suggests. Okay,
it's a very subtle thing that he's doing here. Wow. Science suggests
very shrewd.
Right? What do you think? You are you are intelligent. And I'm talking to, this is his audience. He's saying to his audience, you're a very intelligent audience. What do you think? You watch Forensic Files, you watch this stuff. So what do you think?
And his flying monkeys. Yeah, that's right. Polight, you right. The DNA. Yeah.
You said she was lying. You said she was lying. You right. She lying. It was very subtle. Very, 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 very subtle situation here. Now he's saying the science was suggested. Never, I'm innocent. Come on, y'all. We're going to wait until he say, I'm innocent of these charges. I never should have been charged in the first place. As a matter of fact, I got a reverse case on them. I'm countersuing them for pulling me through this situation. I'm finna countersue the state.
I think we're gonna wait a long time on that, Brother Clarence.
Hey, Vaughn, we should hold our breath on that one.
Yeah, please don't hold your breath. You're gonna turn blue.
I think you're right. But I want to get to the mother's impact statement, and then we're going to open up the lines, y'all. So let's get through Polight real quick. We're going to go to the mother's impact statement. Let me just give y'all a recap. Polight got 7 years in custody, right? And like, this is pretty much like me and Patrice thought he'd probably get about 4 or 5 years, right? So he'd probably end up doing about 5 years, right? Maybe around 4 or 5. 10 years probation. We thought he'd probably get about 10 years probation. He has to complete a SEX offender program, right? He has to complete that to even get to probation. So he's gonna have to complete that program, right? Which most of them have 4 steps, right? So he has to do a 4-step program to complete in prison before he even gets is able to be considered for his parole, right? He can't have no unsupervised contact with any children. I don't know if that's part of his parole. I don't know if they didn't really make that clear if that's parole, but it's probably his parole because they can't say that for the rest of his life without having him register. So he's not registered. So these are probably conditions of his parole. Once he gets off of parole, he can do what he want to do, right? Probation. What else? He got work restrictions. He can't work some places. I'm sure he can't work at Chuck E. Cheese, McDonald's, other places where kids are likely to be running in and out of. He's probably not going to be able to work there. And he probably can't work as a security guard, someplace where a kid would look at him and think he had some type of authority. I'm sure that's probably in the inner workings of the probation. What else? There's a protective order out. There's a protective order for the mother and the daughter on Polight, so he can't go near them or contact them. And he has to pay restitution, $25,000 restitution to the family, right?
Is that restraining order for life?
No. They always have a term, so no, it's not life. I don't know if it's 3 years or it might be to the end of the probation. I don't know, Sister Annie. But that wasn't made clear in the audio. Okay. It might be clear in the paperwork, but it's not clear here. So that's where we are with Polight. Polight basically got a slap on the hand. For what he did to this baby, he got a slap on the hand. But I
agree. Very light sentence.
Yeah.
He's gonna get more than that once he gets to his cell.
Well, we'll see. They usually, guys like this, well, he's not convicted of a sex crime, so quote unquote. So they might put him in the general population, and having him in the general population, he got a lot of people want a piece of him. So I don't know, man. I don't know how long he's gonna last out there. But
wow.
Hey, this is a ditch he dug for itself. But the major boo-boo I think that they did was not having him having to register. And I know that was probably what they was trying to finagle to try to get him up, because they had 20 and 30 years on the table. And
I agree, Joe. I agree with that.
That was probably the issue on the table. Once they got that off the table, then I think that, I think everybody was probably, I don't know, who knows, they may be giving the mother some other money outside of the court appointed money. They might be giving the mother some other money, just say, here, go away, right? That's what happened to the forensic, the person that's testing the semen. I believe Polight's people gave the person some money to just go away, just like the mafia does. Hey, go away, go take a vacation, right? All right. So anyway, so here we are. This is Polight. Polight is telling us about how wrongly he was in the first place. Yet he's an innocent man who took a plea. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I don't get it either.
And that doesn't make no sense, does it? I mean, if I'm innocent and you
not
ready
to me, at least, it doesn't make no sense to me.
If I'm ready
to go to court,
I'm down on everything. If I'm innocent, I'm dying on that. I'm standing on that. I'm going to trial on it. I'm gonna take my chance. I'm gonna stand on everything I love and believe in. If I'm innocent, I'm not taking.
What you got to lose? What you got to lose? You got to go in, fight, and swing with both arms, right? But this man said, "Oh, you took the registration off the table. I'm gonna take that deal." Which we talked about that, you guys, earlier, right? The last couple of videos about Polight. I was pretty sure that that was the main focal point that they was trying to haggle over, was getting that registration off the table. Once they hammered something out like that, I'm gonna tell you guys, I was surprised that they took that off the table, because I thought that the prosecutor would keep that on the table, being in such a high profile case. I thought that they would keep it on the table.
I thought so too. Sure, I'm really surprised that.
But I'm sure it was agreed to based on the mother.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that and the fact that they took the plea not to go to trial, because the prosecutors the state could have prosecuted him for the SA. So it still could have happened. And I believe that he did that to prevent that as well. Not just only the mother, but the state. So that's why attorney, negotiated the deal and he copped that plea.
Yeah. But their case was based on her. And I think the mother was trying to protect her in the long run. I think the mother didn't want her to get the arrows that she'd been getting from Mr. Let Go and other people that's been saying, oh, you let this girl go, and because they didn't understand the situation. So okay, so let's finish up with Polight, and then we got to get to the mother's impact statement. And it's gonna tear you apart, man, when you hear this. All right, let's continue with Polight.
But here's this woman talking about this DNA evidence, and then now when we call her so we can interview her, get a deposition, and have it on record with my attorneys questioning them based on the findings of our forensic expert, she's nowhere to be found. So you know what we could do now? We could file a motion to dismiss the DNA.
Okay. You can file a motion to dismiss, right? What are you doing signing the plea agreement then?
That part.
If you can file a motion to dismiss, if your case is so strong to dismiss, I don't know, man. Can you help me, Sister Annie? What is going on here? Why is this man signing a plea agreement if his case is so strong that he could file a motion to dismiss?
I'm just trying to figure out, is he saying that because people are going to believe what he's saying? Like, that made no sense.
Right. That's my point.
But that's the thing, any people that are not critically thinkers or don't have a little sense of what the law and how the law in cases go, they're going to actually, because they support him so much, and like I said again, the flying monkeys, they believe it. I'm telling you, they believe it. You go on his page, he have over 300 and some thousand followers, okay?
Yeah. Now here this man stole money, stole stuff. I mean, and Clarence, how come you ain't saying allegedly stole? No. Young Farrell took him to court and won. This other brother showed the receipts of where, he didn't actually steal money from Polight. He misappropriated the money because the brother gave him the money. So he didn't steal it from Polight. He just didn't use it for what he told Polight what Polight told. Polight didn't use it for what he told the man he was going to use the money for. He didn't do that, right? So basically, it was fraud. He didn't actually steal the money; it was fraud. So, but these are known occurrences. This is common knowledge. So, I don't see how anybody else could be down with him except the people that's getting something, that's rolling with the blood money, right? You rolling with it, right? Oh, Clarence, the church take money from dope dealers. The church take money. Yeah, but they don't know. They can't watch everybody that comes in there, right? They don't knowingly do that. If that kind of money comes through there, yeah. But they don't knowingly know that it's happening out there. Then you could say, oh, okay, you know what's going on. Why are you taking this money? But if you don't know, you don't know. What can we do, right? What can we do? God got us on this planet. There's some bad people out here, but they go to work every day. They pay their taxes. They're doing stuff. Jesus said it rains on the just and the unjust, right? But if we see them doing wrong, then it's our responsibility as a community to try to stop them. That's if we see it, we're supposed to say something, right? Ain't that what the cops tell y'all? You see it, say something. All right, so this is Polight. Polight is saying, hey, he's never saying, hey, I'm innocent. My forensic. Now he's saying, hey, my case was so strong, we was about to move to dismiss the case. We can ready move to dismiss this case. But I'm taking this plea though. Well, if you're gonna dismiss the case, why you take a plea? Making no sense, man. You right, it don't make no sense. All right, let's finish up with Polight because we got to get to this mother's victim statement.
For the case. That's what we could do. Because if we go to trial, we won't be able to cross-examine her because suddenly she disappears. She works for some private company and no one could find her.
Notice we never get
now,
told
all the while,
what his expert
the state been giving me opportunities to plead 20 years sexual offender, plead 15 years sexual offender. And I'm like, I wouldn't care if you gave me 1 day in prison. So long as you got that label registered sex offender on there, I'm going to trial. So long as you got that label there, registered sex offender, I'm going to trial because I can never make a plea to something like that. So guess what happens? The state says if we ever want to do interviews, depositions, if we ever want to get a deposition from the mother in a deposition from the daughter, all bets are off. They'll never do an agreement with me. They said they'll never do an agreement. Never do an agreement. Work out an agreement or a plea. I said, I don't give a, my attorneys to tell you straight up, because when you see my attorney video, he's going to tell you straight up. From day one, I said, I'm never doing an agreement to any sexual charges. Interview the mother and the daughter. So they are the last of our depositions. We got the police body cams. We realized that the police report contradicts the affidavit that they did. The affidavit contradicts the interviews that they did on the body cam.
We're polite.
So we got three contradictions. The story that the mother and daughter tells on the body cam, the stories that they told in the police report, and the stories that they tell on the affidavits. None of them work out. And I'm going to speak about that. But ultimately, we want to interview them. So when we interview them and do our depositions, have the prosecutor sit there, we already know where they're lying. We already know their lies. We looked at each of the 3 different types of lies they said for that night. So guess what's going to happen when we get to interview them? We're just going to ask them questions so they can contradict themselves. So when we go to court, we can ask them which story is true and why did you lie?
Okay.
But dude, you know that never happened because you took the plea. So stop it. I'm gonna need him to stop.
Listen, this is really hard to listen to. You know what I'm saying? It's hurting my ears. You know, just listening to this dude, man.
Oh man, it's sad, man. It's sad.
Oh, this is pitiful. It's pitiful.
It's sad. But you know, man, like I said, you know, this is when the devil got you, man. When the devil got you, man. I've been this possessed, not to do nothing with no children or nothing like that, but I mean, I've been that possessed where you just can't see straight. You can't see straight, and people giving you good advice, and you just can't take it, y'all. When you out here and you giving somebody some good advice, and you for some reason you feel like you see like they just can't take it, it's because they enchanted, man. They can't get out from under the possession that they're under.
But bro, that's narcissistic personality disorder. They don't listen to nobody. They only believe in their own drum and listen to the beat of their own drum. They can't nobody else tell them nothing because they know everything.
I know, and I'm saying the reason why is because of the possession of their spirit, dispossessed. They can't hear you. They can listen to what you're saying, but they can't hear you. There's a difference between listening and hearing, which both those two activities utilize your ears. But one, when you hearing somebody, you just hearing the vibrations from the air and the words coming in. You're not registering them and recording them and then being able to apply them. But when you're listening to somebody, you're able to hear what's being said, do the critical thinking, and possibly apply it to wherever the situation that may apply. That's the difference between, you can just hear somebody what somebody's saying, right? They can be talking in a whole nother language. I can hear you talking in Spanish, but I can't apply what you're saying because I can't understand the language, right? I just can't understand it. I can't. Well, it's a lot of time with these possessed people, man. They so gone. They can hear your voice, but they can't apply it because they only looking for the next. Their thirst is so great for their desires, they can't hear beyond that. Oh man, come on. They barely can go to work and barely they're minimally functioning as a normal human being, right? And then they go and do whatever it is they do out there, at 2 or 3 in the morning. All right, y'all. So I just wanted to show y'all what Polight was saying. Oh, I could have deaded the case. I could have just, did this or did this. But like you say, please. But I'm gonna take this plea though, right? But what I want y'all to notice, he never said I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. That is not my semen. He's questioning her. Why do you say it's semen?
That part.
Right? What's making you say that it's semen? Right? It's not, oh, that's not my semen. That's not my semen. It's how come you think it's semen? How can you think that DNA is from semen? Where else is it going to be from? Right? Unless you were spitting on her, where else are you going to be with it? Whether liquid DNA you're going to have, unless you bled on her, it's not blood. So come on, man. Come on. Something's going on funny. Anyway, all right, let me pull this down, y'all, because I want to get to the
question while you're doing that.
Yes, ma'am.
So when he was in court today or yesterday, once the judge read the sentencing, you mean they don't handcuff him and take him away then? Like they let him go home and
sometimes they can work it out. They give them like 60 days to
surrender or
get their
something?
affairs in order and
Oh, okay.
get their bank accounts right and get their life insurance together or whatever.
And so what did he do? Throw a party?
Yeah, he threw that party.
Yeah, come on. That just shows the character. So they let you have that time and that space before you actually go to jail. And what do? He threw a going away to jail party, right? Is that what it was?
That's what dope boys and Negroes.
It's like that's the slap in the face, man. That's the slap in the face of it all.
That's what that's what gangbangers do, man. They don't. I mean, a normal person would be like, okay, especially somebody that crawled out from under the charges that Polight crawled out from under. They would just go and just sit somewhere quietly, right off into the sunset. Go, whew. I'm not an XCX offender, right? Holy smokes. Uh-oh. Did I lose y'all?
No.
Oh, okay, good. All right, because my screen went blank for a minute. All right, y'all. I'm gonna play it. I can't play it right now because my screen went blank, y'all. My screen went blank. Well, let me ask y'all a question. Because maybe it's me. If your expert came in and said, this is not your DNA, this is not you, there's no way, they have no case, there's nothing that they could say. If the DNA came back and your expert said, this is not you, why would you plead? Would you plead? Let me ask you that. Would you plead? If you could legitimately file a, what did he say he was going to file? To dismiss the case, right?
A motion to dismiss
the case.
Yeah, motion to dismiss. Yeah.
Motion to dismiss. Okay.
If there's no DNA evidence of that DNA being his semen, they absolutely could have filed for the motion to dismiss, and he could have possibly won his case hands down. And he said, because I'm innocent. It's not my DNA. Because it's not mine. I'm innocent. It don't belong to me. Something to that fact to make people like in this whole thing, this dude is never saying, I am innocent. I did not do this crime or any crime. He never said those words.
All he's saying is, you got 3 different stories. This doesn't match. This doesn't match. Not, I didn't do it. See, that's a very subtle thing that he's doing there. And a lot of the people, they're not paying attention. You'll miss it. A lot of his true believers, they're missing that point. They say, oh, this is our guy. This is our guy. I don't know how he could be your guy, but he's your guy, right? Because he's about the money. Unfortunately, our people are being taught that success is money and not love, which is the ultimate success. And people are getting money to get people to love them in some form or another. Or when you got the money and you got that attention from people, they're equating that attention as love. But they don't love you. They just love the fact that you got the ability to, make things happen because you got that money. But that's a whole nother thing. Oh, here we go. My screen came back, y'all. Your browser and your screen were blocked. I don't know what happened, man. What the hell happened? Okay, anyway, let's listen to what dang, man, another one? God dang, it went down again. Went down again, y'all. I don't know what's going on. I gotta get rid of this computer. I gotta get another computer. But that's okay. Anyway, we're gonna listen to Dear Mama. Maybe I'll do it from another computer. Can I? Patrice?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? All
yes.
Right, let me see what's going on. Let me see what's going on. Hold on. Okay. Instead of doing that, what I'm gonna do is do this. Maybe I got too many windows open. That's the thing here. Maybe I got too many windows open. Okay, let me close that.
Some of them windows.
Yeah, let me close some of these windows. I was gonna tell you to take me down, and so I could work from another computer. But let me take some of these windows down. Let me take Mr. Let Go down. I don't need him anymore.
Yeah, let go, Mr. Let Go. Let him go.
And I don't need Brother Polight here on Instagram anymore. All right, let's see what we got here. That's Polight. Okay, let's. Okay, so let me take this down. I think I cut out all these windows. Okay, so maybe now I got these windows out of here. Maybe we can get some stuff moving. All right, let's see. Bring this up. Okay, here we go. There we go. All right, that looks a lot better. Here we go. Okay, we want to go with the mom's impact statement. Okay, I think it's right around here somewhere.
Took her.
Yes, Blaze Brown, that part.
Trying to help my daughter heal.
Absolutely.
His mother, and she will be listed as victim Noack in the Zoom, and she is requesting, pursuant to Marcy's law, that her identity remain anonymous. So for that reason, she will not be stating her name, but she will be making a statement regarding this.
Where would it be?
It should say victim, and then in parentheses Noack. Nope, sorry. You see it when it says victim? Nope.
Okay, yes, 1 second. All right, you may unmute, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. All right, so what I'd like you to do is, well, you don't want to give your name. So at this point, just go ahead and you can give us an impact statement. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Michael Noack. This is the first time I have spoken publicly about what you've done to my daughter and I. I have gracefully remained silent the last 2.5 years. 2.5 years of pain, shock, disbelief, PTSD, constant nightmares, and daily triggers. Trying to help my daughter heal when I'm not even healed myself. What you have done to my daughter, myself, and my entire family is inexcusable. You hurt us all. You made me believe that you were such a great man and you could do no wrong. You made me fully trust you, and for that, my daughter trusted you too. But the truth is, you're a monster, a demon. The very first time that I allowed you to be alone with my daughter, the very first time you couldn't even help yourself, you told me you was gonna be right back. You were going downstairs. We were gonna grab food and take vacation pictures. You told me that you wanted to have a one-on-one talk with her about loving and respecting me as a great mother that I was and am. And I actually believed you. I believed that you were going to bring her right back. I thought you were going to have this trusting conversation with her that you promised me. Her and I both trusted you. For a grown man to violate a child who trusted him, you should be ashamed of yourself. You plotted on me and my little girl. The entire time you knew what you planned to do. Isolate, intoxicate, then violate my baby. Shame on you. I trusted you to bring her right back. You were supposed to bring her back the same way that you took her. Instead, you drugged her and took advantage of her. You sexually abused her. You forced alcohol down her throat. You then forced her to see things that no child should ever have to see. You forced her to feel things that no child should have to feel. You forced her to accept violence that no child should ever have to endure. You forced drugs in her that no human should ever even ingest. She's my child. My baby. How could you? How could you? You could have killed her
with all the drugs that were found in her system.
Damn.
You thought your master plan was mapped out perfectly, huh? You thought I'd be dumb enough to believe you over my child. And you thought that money would blind me. You thought I was going to be so blinded that I wouldn't notice when you returned her with.
Okay, y'all. Hold on, Vagoda. I'll bring you up in a minute.
Wait,
But,
was she finished?
No. It's long. It's long. It's about 15 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's about 15 minutes. She went on and
let
on
me just
and
say
on.
this. Let me just say this. Just listening to her, man. Wow, that's such an impact. You see what I'm saying? Some people could call her gullible. Some people could say she's naive. You see what I'm saying? Some people could say maybe she was ignorant to the fact. But man, listen, this is horrible what this brother has done.
Man.
And he knows that he did this.
Yeah.
And so now you just get to skip, slide, and skate across, right?
Yeah.
God forbid.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's a lesson for the rest of us.
But bro, this is the part that she talked about that I didn't even know, that none of us knew. His reasoning for taking her downstairs was to get some food and talk to her in that cooling state about how nice and respectful she should be to her mother. See, when they got into it, see.
Yeah.
Listen at what the mother is saying. The reason why he told her he was taking her downstairs to get some food and to talk to her about, let me talk to your daughter about how she needs to respect you. That's your mother. You see what I'm saying? So for Mr. Let Go to create this false narrative, like people really need to listen to what is not being said as opposed to what you think is being said.
Yeah. And we gotta, unfortunately, y'all, it's people out here like this, right? You might meet them at the supermarket. You might meet them on the street. You might meet them at work. You might meet them anywhere. It's guys like this out here, and they can hide, right? They know how to, get close to women, that they probe you to see, if there's gaps in, your happiness. And if they can find gaps in the happiness in your life, then they try to step into those gaps, and they know what to say to come in there to do it, right? And they present themselves as a person of caliber and of character. But when you start seeing the character fall away, and it comes in the form of somebody not doing what they say they're gonna do. That's usually the first sign you're gonna see of somebody when their character is not good. Because
if I may interject here, y'all see, still use the word sexually assaulted.
Yes.
Y'all see, she still used the words in that sense, even though he was not charged as such and registered as a sex offense. Why didn't they lock her up for perjury when she said that?
Right.
She said that in the court of law.
Defamation, right? Why you don't start
there's
a
no
lawsuit
lawsuit?
defamation?
Listen.
Right.
Okay.
But they're not gonna do it. They know they getting away. Like a cat after the mouse game. They know they're getting away. So but on the way out the door, they're trying to make it sound like this was a big hoopla over nothing. It was, see, what he's trying to insinuate that this was a money grab from her. But we all know that they offered her a lot of money already. Polight offered her a lot of money already.
You heard her say no amount of money, right?
Right. She's saying it basically. She's saying it. Hey, you offered me all this money. I didn't take it. That's why we're here today.
Oh.
Right. That's why we're here today. And if it wasn't no big money involved, right? Well, there ain't no big money involved. They only getting $25,000. That ain't no money. Right? So if she was really trying to get some money, she could have been she could have been pushing the issue to try to get some money. But in my opinion, she wanted to just get it over with because she's seen all the smoke she getting already just from people that like Mr. Lego that don't have it straight, have the story straight. She getting all this smoke. She's saying, man, I don't want my daughter to get that smoke. I'll just take the smoke, let them think that I'm the crazy one, and let her go. Right? Because if they start, if his defense lawyer gonna try to tear into this 14-year-old baby, he looks sleazy enough to be able to do that. You know, a decent lawyer will probably just say, you know what, I'm not gonna question her. I'll go after the mother. I'll burn the mother up, but I'm not gonna go after the baby. But this lawyer looked like he would put that baby on the stand, and then when the baby came on the stand, he would cross-examine her and just try to destroy her.
For sure.
Wow.
He looked like that's what he would do.
Protecting her child. I believe that. She was protecting her child wholeheartedly.
Exactly.
She's a grown woman. She said, you know what? I'll take the brunt of it. They can call me whatever they want to call me. They can blame me. I'll take that.
Yeah, let's
but
just
not
put
my child. See, because we have a way in society of blaming the victim instead of the victimizer. See, that's what we do.
Yeah, especially the true believers. The true believers are, why you say this about our man? This is our man. And why you say this about him? He's a good guy. He does good work. No, he don't. Anyway, y'all, let me bring Vagoda into the conversation. Vagoda, did you have something you wanted to say, Sister Stenny?
Yeah. If he had to register as a offender, could he have been around his children after?
I wouldn't think so.
Unsupervised, I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't think so. No.
Yeah, not unsupervised because Nicki Minaj's husband has a baby with her, right? And they're a married couple, and she has to be around, or other adults have to be around him with his own child.
Right, but that's biological. But remember, they have that polygamy thing, right? So he has biological ones, but other women had children that were not his, right?
Correct.
So could he have been around those kids if he had that?
I don't think so.
No,
not unsupervised.
Absolutely not. No.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Unsupervised, but I
So
think that's a part of his. That's part of his probation.
He can
I don't think it's
still, with the way that it is, be around girls like say if there's another woman that comes in and she has younger kids, as long as they're supervised, he could be around that child, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I see the thing about it is where they messed up at, in my opinion. Where they messed up on a couple of different points. Don said no, he can't.
I don't think he feels on him either. I agree, Don.
Well, let me put it like this. I didn't see anything in his probation, in terms of his probation, where he can't. They said he has to be supervised around children. So they said they didn't say he couldn't be around children.
We were saying in the incident of if he'd had to register, right? Like I said,
no. They said no.
Okay.
Patrice. They said that if that he can't be around. There's certain things in his probation terms, and one of them is that he can't be around kids unsupervised. She said that.
Oh yes, that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
But she never said that. He's can't be around kids. Period. She didn't say that.
Right.
Said he can't be around kids unsupervised.
Yes, yeah, that is.
I took that to mean that he could be around children as long as there's another adult around.
Right. That's what I took that as too. But yeah, like in the case of like I said, Nicki Minaj's husband, he can't as a registered as offender, only his own child, and that has to be with a supervised person.
Yeah,
with his biological.
See, but that's probably messed up.
Right, that's the difference. When it comes to other ones, absolutely not. He's not supposed to be in any vicinity of a school or anything of that nature. Yeah, and that's why exactly. And that's why when she moved to California and was going to buy this mansion and didn't nobody know about it, and they found out that he was a registered SA offender, those people petitioned to have them thrown out. And that's the reason why he got in trouble again with the law, is because he moved to California and didn't register. He thought he could fall under the radar and use his white celebrity, and he got in trouble. And then those wealthy people in that neighborhood, in that community where she was buying that mansion, did a petition and signed and said, hell no, we don't want you or your husband here. We don't care about you being a celebrity.
Yeah, definitely.
May I say something?
Oh yeah, Vagoda. I'm sorry. Let me bring you into the conversation, Vagoda. What's going on, Vagoda?
What's up, Vagoda?
No, it took you a lot of time to get me into the show, but you know what? Never mind that.
We're prejudiced against the Jews, Vagoda. We prejudice against the Jews. What's going on, man? What's going on, brother Vagoda? What's going on?
Okay,
what do you think about all this stuff that we're doing?
But I think about this stuff. This guy needs to get the chair. That's what he needs to get.
He definitely. I agree with you on that one, Vagoda. If there was a way we could prove it, that you know, if there was a way that we could just
DNA
make it
evidence,
indefinite, you know, if there was a way to make them see, but the way that we have to do that, Vagoda, is we have to have it proof positive, and the only way we could do that is bring the baby on the stage. We have to put the baby on the stand, and the mother doesn't want to bring the baby up. She says, "Man, this thing's been going on for 2 years. I've been getting pummeled, and if they sit my baby in that chair, they're going to tear her apart on social media. I don't want that to happen. So whether she's right or wrong, they're going to tear her apart. I don't want that to happen."
If I'm mistaken, there is a way for some psychiatrist or somebody that take care of kids in the police to talk in behalf of the child, to say what the child said or something like this. There is not that option or something?
No, I don't think that they would have to do it in her case, because I think she probably have to show that she was some kind of way impaired and couldn't speak for herself. I'm thinking, I don't know, but I think that to get the greatest impact of him actually going to jail, I think you would have to bring her and put her and let her tell that story. The problem is when the defense attorney came up, he would destroy her. He would turn her into a mess.
Yes, okay. If I'm not mistaken, you said that she is not the first victim of this guy. No?
No. She's not.
Yeah,
she's the first victim. She's the first victim where he had to go and deal with the criminal justice system, but he's had other instances where this type of thing has happened. It never got to court. It never got to a court case, but he's had other instances where this type of thing has happened. At least one other time we know about. It could be a lot more. I'm thinking it's a lot more times that we don't know about.
Yeah, so maybe they can try to get the other victims.
And I think that's why he pled as well, because they said, "Hey, look, if you don't sign this deal, we gonna start digging, because this ain't the county case. This is the state, and the state got the money to start saying, okay, you was married to this woman between these dates and this date. Okay, let's go talk to these girls." You know, and I think he realized that, hey, they gonna push it. If he push it, they gonna push it.
Yeah. Okay. I want to say, you talked about maybe the mother has something to blame that was brought up. I think that the mom was not supposed to know that this guy is going to do something to our child. You know, it's sooner or later, if he's dating with her and he's being in our house or some and stuff, then he probably would sooner or later ask if the child needs to buy something, or if he can get the child from school to the home.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Vagoda. I think he was probably doing that stuff.
He will get his chance sooner or later.
Yeah. I agree with you, Vagoda. Now that I agree with you. He probably was trying to do it, and she was shooting him down. She was shooting him down all them other times. Hey, let me go pick her up from school. Hey, let me go take her to the store. Let me go do. And she was probably saying, "No, that's okay. No, that's okay. No, that's okay." And then this last time, she got upset, and she was furious with the kid. And he said, hey, you know what? I'll just take her out. Let me clear the air, because he built up the trust. And he said, let me clear the air. And then when he cleared the air, I'll take her out and clear the air. Now, if she was thinking, she was probably thinking in herself, oh, there's no way that this man is going to take my child away from me, take her to a hotel, abuse her, and then not answer the phone. She thought he had built up enough trust. As the people that do this stuff that he does, they build up the trust first.
How much time they were dating?
Huh?
How much time the guy and
I think Patricia said maybe a couple of years, but I'm not sure. I don't know. But obviously, whatever time it was, he had built up enough trust with her, where she felt that it was okay to at least let him go downstairs, or at least let her leave her vision, her viewpoint with her. That he built up enough trust in that to do that, right? But what should have happened, in my opinion, is he should have taken the mother out. If you're gonna take somebody, take the mother out, because it just looks funny you taking a 14-year-old girl out of the house after midnight. That don't look good. Nowhere. If y'all ever find me out and about with my granddaughter after 12 o'clock, we better be on our way to the hospital or to jail, picking up somebody or something. You definitely ain't going, hey, bro, Clarence, where you going with your granddaughter? I'm going to a party. People going to be doing drugs and, drinking and everything. We're going to a party. And after that, we're going to a hotel room.
Wow. Come on, man. Come on.
So, parents, also, I must say, Ven, I heard what you told about your childhood, and I'm very sorry to hear that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's tough. It's tough.
Can I make a comment real quick?
Okay, I'm gonna let you go, Diamond, and then I gotta let Sister Annie go because she's got to get out of here. So I gotta let Sister Annie go after you, Diamond. Go ahead, Diamond.
What's up, brother Diamond? What's up?
Hey, how you doing? How's everybody doing today?
So far, so good, brother. So far, so good. Blessed is the best word.
Good morning.
Hey, how are you? Hey, how you doing, sis? The thing I guess I wanted to say about it is I think this happening is business as usual in the Black community, because one of the things that we need to really discuss is the history of molestation and the misuse of young teenage girls in the Black community. Because one of the things that's interesting is I met a couple old, Black women. I remember I met an old lady, and I asked her how old she was when she got married. She said she was 15. I said, how old was your husband? I figured he was going to be 17 or 18. She was like 23. I'm like, what? What the hell? You know what I mean? And then I remember this one old guy telling me that when he was 23, he slept with a 15-year-old girl. And I'm just looking at him like, wow. But this man was like 80 years old. So what we have to understand is, this here is business as usual. Because grown men have been sleeping with teenage girls, using drugs, pimping them, forcing them, or just approaching them. And this has been going on for a very long time. And I think right now, a lot of that stuff is starting to be busted up. But the thing we have to understand also is a thing in the Black community was victim blaming. A lot of people were molested and raped, and the victims were blamed instead of the perpetrator. And even when they catch the perpetrator, like one lady was telling a story about how her dad started having sex with her and started raping her when she was 14. And her family got mad at her.
Gotta watch the R word, brother. Diamond.
Yeah. Oh, lovely.
You gotta watch the R word, man.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, he started abusing her.
There you go.
And his side of the family got mad at her. And I've seen too many stories where the victim doesn't get any love. People become angry at the victim. And I'm telling you.
Listen, Diamond. Do you know how many Black women have kept families together and Black men getting abused as boys have kept families together or not blown the whistle because they didn't want somebody to get a divorce. Or they want the whole family to be turned upside down. And so it's
already been turned upside down.
But listen, I'm telling you, the fight that some of our sisters have to go through in particular, but some of the young men too, they have to go through this fight where they can see the good in this abuser. See, this abuser got some good in him, and so there is a constant fight internally in the victim to say, man, this person has some good points, they all bad. Do I really want to tear this whole family up because they doing this to me?
Absolutely.
I got this cousin over here that
say if
wait a
somebody
minute,
say somebody say
that's
See, here's
not,
what I'm gonna tell you about family.
wait, listen. It's easy for us to say who aren't going through that. But if you're 6, 7 years old and you have an abuser that is doing so many other good things for so many other people, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to rectify that in your brain, don't you think?
Not really. It should never be that hard. If they cross the line, they cross the line. I could be the best person.
7-year-old, a 5-year-old kid.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying once it's discovered that they've done this, the adults in the family, the adults in the family,
the adults don't know it. That's the problem.
That's different. That's different.
Usually the adults don't find out until the person is grown or it's
right.
been years after it's happened, right? Hold on, Diamond. Let's finish that discussion. Let me leave that right there. I got to let Sister Annie go because she's got to get up and she's got things to do.
Something to Sister Annie. Annie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you could leave. I want to talk to you in private if we have a chance, so you can leave in the private comments your email.
Yeah, just pass it on to me. I'll pass it on to her for go.
Okay.
I'll pass it on to her for go.
So, first of all, thank you for covering this topic, Brother Clarence. This definitely needs a lot of attention. I feel it is so important for, and not in particular in this case, I'm just thinking about what y'all were just talking about with Diamond, that we have to make sure that children know what good, honest, innocent love looks like so that they're not misguided by this reckless types of affection. Because I think that it happens younger and then we get older and then we're thinking that violence means love. Like I was with the big brothers and big sisters, and one of my littles, she was her household was just really busy and she wanted attention, and her mom was working overnight, so she didn't really get to see her mom, and because it was so many kids, she was kind of starving for attention. And what she would do is act out negatively in school, but to her that was getting attention. So she didn't care that she was getting in trouble. She didn't care that she had to sit in a room or whatever, because then it was isolated attention. So when we met, because it was just like once a week. I was trying to like pour so much love on her in that hour, but that's not really easy to do that. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes negative attention is sometimes the best attention that some people can get, and they'll do what they can with that negative attention. So we gotta stand in the gaps. This mom, I just feel so bad for what she must be going through, for however she's feeling about either how she feels she may have placed her child in this position where it could happen, or just knowing that she couldn't do anything about it when she was making those calls. You know what I'm saying? Because to feel that helpless where you don't know where your child is, you don't know if something's wrong with both of them, and then you come to find out that that he's done something dishonorable with your child that's going to stick with her for so long. So not even just that what he did, because of how well known he is, she's going to have that for a really long time. She's going to have that for a really long time. And then she's going to be ridiculed, and she's going to keep seeing these videos. And then there's people that are saying the name, right? Because like, I don't know the name, but I know that I saw on some channel where somebody said the mom's name. And I'm not even going to say her name here because I don't want her name out there. As much as they can, kind of stay covered, I want them to stay covered.
Right.
So I think it's really important for for us to, when we see something, also say something. Because I'm trying to figure out like where they went. There were other people around, right? There were other people seeing. I'm thinking, right? Like that other people saw, like when she was coming back, staggering in. Like who saw that? Did anybody say anything there? So we really have to be the community, the village, the standing in the gap, the interceders for kids. And we also need to be there for women that are struggling in their responsibility as parents, as somebody needed to stand in the gap with Polight too. Some men around him that would correct him. So we need all of that. We got to try to do our best. I'm not going to say do better. We have to do our best, because some people that are just committed to being reckless and violent and trifling and have obsessions, unhealthy obsessions, they just have them and they need some help. So where you see somebody exhibiting these type of behaviors, as much as you can, that keeps yourself safe, please try to intercede. Please try to like suggest something. Like I'm a person, I'll call. If I see something, I'm calling the cops. Because a child is innocent, and we're doing things as adults that either don't protect them the best way we can, that have these long-lasting effects, which make them unhealthy adults. And then the cycle just keeps going around and around. So that's what I would say. I just say thank you so much for covering this one. And thank you for having the feeling that you do, and also giving a perspective that I wasn't even seeing in some things, and bringing to light how we gotta, when people say stuff, don't be so excited about a car. Don't be so excited about money that you're allowing ignorance to just slap you in the face. So I thank you again, both of y'all, for covering this. And Vaughn, I love you. OG Patrice, I don't know. Is OG Patrice feeling okay? Is she feeling under the weather?
Yeah, I'm here too.
Oh no, I didn't know if like you had a cold or something. If I don't know, something feels like.
Oh yeah, I do. Well, not a cold, but my allergies.
Okay.
No, Patrice is just wiry. Patrice is wiry. They say in the South, somebody's all over the place. They just wiry. They're Patrice wiry. That's all.
Okay, bro. I'm up on this panel.
No empathy at all, brother Clarence. No empathy at all.
I forgot you was back. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Sister Eddie. Appreciate you.
And sorry, I just got an early morning tomorrow. So I love y'all.
You, sis.
Okay, love you too. Have a good night.
Love you too, my sister. Love you too.
All right. That's Sister Eddie. We pulling her down. Okay, we'll get it on the recap. Diamond. Now, Diamond, you were saying something about the I didn't mean to cut you off, but the sister had to go, so I wanted to give her a chance to get her little last remarks out there. But you were saying something, and I want you to finish what you were saying. Do you remember where you were at? Diamond? Diamond must still be in Costco. Diamond.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Yeah. Do you remember where you were at, brother? Because if you're not, I'm gonna move on.
I do. No, I remember where I was at. When it comes to this whole family stuff, I think a lot of this family stuff is BS. And I've seen a lot of adults find out about stuff, or see that their child is messed up, or see that something's not right, and they don't do anything about it. You know what I mean? So once the grown-ups know and they don't do anything, I lose all respect. I want nothing to do with them. So I don't believe in keeping a family together or holding a family together. I don't believe in any of that.
You as an adult, you as an adult, you would understand, hey, okay, maybe the guy that's paying all our bills, once the story break, he's gone. Now life is going to be tough for all of us now, right? You understand that as an adult. A kid probably would probably not understand the depth of that and just be like, well, I don't want to put that on, I don't want to be the cause of everything blowing up.
Right. Well, but something else our parents need to tell their children. Children should be told straight up and down that if anybody violates you, let me know.
Yeah.
They should be told that straight up and down.
Good point.
Okay.
Good point.
So they should already be told that. So no matter how you slice the pie, the parent should notice. The parent should know that something's not right.
But if you
There's
work,
no way they
listen, Diamond. You working, man. You working. You got 2
No,
jobs.
that's BS.
You're working.
Brother, that's BS.
How would you notice? This happens to a lot of parents. They're working
That's
all these
BS,
different jobs, trying to make ends meet, just trying to put food on the table. They don't see. You see Coolie High?
Yeah.
Mama was like, man, I will tear you up. You got kicked out of school. I'm gonna tear you up. She said, go in there and give me a swig. You go back. She fell asleep at the table, right? I mean, you know, some of our parents, man, especially the young ones, man, they got so much going on.
You should know your kid. People see what they want to see.
I agree. Yeah,
Think about it.
You know your kids.
People see what they want to see. People see what they want to see. In most cases, people see what they want to see. I know.
But we need to be better. I agree with you, though. We need to be better.
Black people don't.
Let me ask Vagoda something real quick. Vagoda.
Why you want to ask me something? What I did?
Because I want to know how in Israel, if somebody was running around like this in Israel, would do you think they would get this kind of sentence after all of this information that come out? Would you think they would get this kind of sentence, or would it be much more harsher? Or what do you think would happen over there with somebody in the same situation?
First of all, if he did it to a number of kids, if he's found guilty even for one kid, I don't know. I think he will get something like 10 years, maybe 7, 5. Look, I can give you a case that you had a number of years ago of 2 Bedouins that broke in somebody's house to rob him, and they got into he had a 10 daughter in the house. They got into her room, and one hold her down, and the other did what he did.
Oh man!
And unfortunately, he got 5 years. There was a racket over this. Everybody was shocked that he got such a small sentence.
Wow!
Because of technicalities and other shit. I don't know the whole story, but in any case, I think that in here, if you're probably going to get 10 years if it's one child, and if it's a number of children, then it's 20 years or 15 years.
Okay, all right. Well,
I think we need to learn from you. I think we need to bring the death sentence in here.
And one other thing I guess I wanted to mention real quick is a lot of this comes down to a moral issue of character. And a lot of people are thinking about material good, just like other people had mentioned. And a lot of people are thinking about what makes them feel good. So they don't really care what somebody does as long as you can make them feel good. So that's what the thing is really with Polight. Is I saw him as a con man the whole time. I never liked this dude. I just didn't pay him no attention. He's an ex-drug dealer. You know, he was nothing more than a conscious con artist. And I'm surprised people couldn't see it. But see, he made people feel good. And that's what the biggest problem that black people have is you can get anything off anybody black as long as you can make them feel good. And they don't care.
That's most people.
No, but it's not.
I want to say,
I don't think that's limited to black people.
I don't think he's the last thing that this guy is Polight.
Definitely not. But Vaughn said that earlier.
But he said that to the last video. You know, I've always and I believe he did this stuff for women as well. So I've always kind of seen him as a shyster and a con artist, but I'm surprised a lot of our people can't see through his BS and just the stuff that he's doing. And I watched those videos where he said that he didn't do anything. He was going to sue everybody. He was going to do this. He was going to do that. I thought to myself, well, we'll see how this turns out. Yeah. But then because we're talking about litigation, mitigation, and I'm going to sue it. Keep it up there. Whatever video you got, I'm going to have my lawyer come in. I'm going to have him screenshot everything, and I'm going to take all your stuff. I'm going to take everything you got. I'm like, listen to this dude. I'm thinking to myself, dude. You trying to hold on to your image because you know.
Hey, we're waiting on that, just like we waiting, like his lawyer said, hey, not guilty. That's all. Right? We're still waiting on the not guilty, right?
Think about it. If you did, basically, they done made him cop that plea. And the thing about it is the white folks put the pressure on him and they forced him to cop that plea. you're looking at real dominance, because black men are not dominant. They think they're dominant, but they're not dominant. We're not dominant. You have to be united in order to be dominant.
That's another question. That's another
Dominant
issue.
in what?
Dominant to what do you say now?
Okay, to have any. Okay, here's what I mean.
Exactly?
Okay, here's what I mean. When you talk about power, power is not done on an individual basis. Real power is the strength to be able to build businesses, but also build armies to be able to defend those businesses and to defend your interests, to defend your wealth, to defend your women, to defend your children. That's called power. Okay, and black men in this society have no power, and dominance comes from having power. Okay,
Well,
that's what I'm talking about.
Let's qualify what you're saying, brother, because I don't want to say it that we just some kind of way magically just don't have this power. It is a group effort on us as black men that we are having children with unqualified people. Same thing with the women, but I'm talking about the men right now. We're having children with unqualified women, and we're leaving. Just like, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. What's the guy's name? The guy that plays for Minnesota. I think he plays for Minnesota. The guy that had the baby with what's that good? Brittany Renner.
Brittany Renner,
the basketball player.
Yes.
Right?
You live here? Yes. Okay.
That guy left a baby with that crazy lady. He has that crazy lady taking care of his blood child. He should be thumped in the head. How could anybody leave a child with a crazy person like that? But that's what we're doing as a group. We're doing that now. Are all of us doing it? No, but there's a large enough portion of us that is doing it, and then he's not on a day-to-day basis with that child. He's out with his new current girlfriend, right? Or wife or whatever, right? So what I'm saying is, it's not that it just, this power that we looking for is magically gone and we just can't do it. It's just, we are not doing the things that would solidify our position in our families and in our communities. We as black men, we chasing the booty. That's basically what we're doing as a group.
Right.
We're chasing the booty. So we got to qualify the fact that we don't have power. It's not, nobody's keeping us from being able to get this thing accomplished. Because we haven't got to the point where people are going to just line up and it's going to be that kind of an issue where people are just going to line up against us yet. They don't have to line up against us. We are our own worst enemy a lot of times.
We line up against ourselves. And what I mean by that is, just what you said is interesting. Because there's a lot of black men on YouTube talking about how many women they can get in the bed without having to take them out on a date or having to pay. And they're talking about arousal. And they got all this game. But when I thought about it, it's all BS. Because the goal is to keep black men on the bottom rung of the ladder. And sex is what white people do in leisure time. You see what I'm saying? Like, white people have sex when everything else is taken care of. That's not their main form of doing things. That's not how they express their dominance. Only the weak white men do that. But strong men think about other things like building corporations, building businesses. And I thought about it, who got more game? Someone that can get women into bed or someone who can get $1 billion contract? That's what real game is, and people don't understand. Game is building YouTube. Real game is building Facebook, building companies that are worth billions of dollars, building McDonald's, Pizza Hut, companies like Microsoft. That's game, and people don't understand it. People think getting some cute girl to give them some is game. That's like the low level of game.
I agree with you. So I'm definitely gonna, but I want to say something to that. But I agree with you definitely. But Patrice wanted to say something. I think she wanted to remark to something you had said.
I just basically wanted to speak on this, just say kind of some final words with the situation with Brother Polight, Okay. And this is just my opinion, and people may not agree with it. But this is, cases like this is the very reason why I believe in the death penalty, right? I'm just going to say it.
Absolutely.
I believe everybody hurt innocent children, innocent kids, innocent babies.
I agree.
Don't deserve to be on the face of this earth. And to know that we have people, specifically a lot of these Black men that are sitting on the panels, and some women, and that are just literally just running amok and going at the mother and not realizing the predator that this man is, the monster, the demon, the satanic, demonic force that is driving this pedophile. It just, to know that like it's okay to just literally just dog the mother, drag her down, but I don't hear him saying one word about what Polight did, though.
Right.
They'll say, oh, I ain't saying what he did was right, but they want to concentrate solely on the mother. And see, for me, that's problematic. But that's what I hear a lot of content creators doing. They're going more at the mother, and she didn't commit the crime. And then you have the flying monkeys, right? Got them that's gonna always be down for the conscious cause. And when you ain't gonna take our conscious brother down like this, and you know that man is a monster. You know he has scammed people in his own community.
True.
You know that he has a history of doing this with underage girls.
True.
We know all this nefarious shit about some of our people, but then you got people on panels that are sitting and dogging and dragging out the mother and got little to no words to say about this disgusting human being that is on this picture right here.
Right. And here's the thing I'll say about it. The fact that like this.
Let me finish my soliloquy and then you can.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No problem. I'll listen to y'all for a minute.
Soliloquy.
So I just like this is the problem. This is the problem a lot with our people. This is the problem right here. This is the very problem. And this is why when things like this happen, we allow it to get swept up under the rug in our communities. And we allow the narrative to get spent and the blame to get twisted towards someone else. It's because it's easy to just blame the mother. See, it's just easier to do that. But where are the men like you guys are up here that's holding this brother accountable for his action and saying, listen, if he gets put in general population and those brothers that want a piece of him get a piece of him, I say have at it. See, because where I come from, first of all, even in our neighborhood where I grew up, we had a brother that did that to his own daughter. And you know what happened to him? Got beat to a pulp. And then they dropped him and dumped him off in front of the hospital. And nothing ever happened to the people that did that. And his ass went to jail, see, after for doing that to his own daughter. See, that's where I come from. Like, you know, there needs to be, in my opinion, a little vigilante justice sometimes. But see, we got coward men sitting on platforms, dragging the mother, but ain't got two words bad to say about that piece of crap that's on this picture. And that speaks volumes to me. Speaks volumes as to where the head of some of these men are. The conscious community, same thing. They knew the nefarious stuff he was doing, but they on their platforms caping for this brother.
Yeah, that's
see, that's what we do. We cape for all the nefarious shit that our people do.
Yep.
And that's the problem.
I'm just disgusted.
I would have to agree with you. I would definitely have to agree with you with that.
Absolutely disgusting.
Right. Yeah, that's what I've been saying all along. And the thing that I want to say is, we have to understand that the Black race has been successfully niggerized. We've been turned into a bunch of low-life niggas. Not all of us, but that's what most of us are. And a lot of people don't want to deal with it, don't want to accept it, don't want to face it. But I'm a person who speaks to reality. And what you're saying, sister, is exactly right. But it's a good thing those men are on those panels, because you can see who they are and you can see how bad they hate Black women. But the trick about Black men and Black women is Black men have no power and they feel like little bitches when they're dealing with these white people who can snap their finger and cut your job. That makes you feel like a little bitch, because you know that white man can say you're fired, and whatever job you got, how much money you're making, can be took away from you in a wink of an eye. That's
Well,
why
I would definitely say this, from what I have witnessed.
Hey, brother, I wasn't finished speaking yet. Can I finish?
Go right ahead. Yes.
Okay. I didn't mean to cut off anybody or to be rude. I just wanted to finish my thought.
I thought you were done, but go ahead.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah. No, I wasn't done yet. And also, just like what she was saying about how people support people, no matter how bad they are, but we don't want to support anybody positive, but we'll support somebody negative in a heartbeat. And that's what has to stop. It has to stop now. It has to stop like yesterday. And that's what makes me sick with Black people. It makes me disgusted to be Black when I see Black people doing retarded stuff like this. But the thing I want to say with Black men is they don't have any power, and they understand they don't own anything. You look at the Black community. Most Black communities don't even own their own businesses. We don't own the real estate. We don't control the police department. We control nothing. And a lot of people don't want to deal with this. So he has to feel powerful somewhere, and that's why he goes to his kids, and he goes to his woman and tries to control her. But they never address the fact that there's no real power. And that's one of the things that we have to deal with and have to address, because all this ties in. That's why they feel powerful when they're dominating women or dominating little teenage girls sexually. That makes them feel powerful.
So what is your solution? I'm gonna let you go, Vaughn, but my question to him is, what is your solution to that issue? I mean, and what could be done to bring that into fruition, what you're saying about not having the power? Because we all know.
The first thing is, you're right. The first thing is, it's about self-development. And a lot of people skip over this. In order to win a football game, Clarence is going to have to learn how to pass. Patrice is going to have to learn how to do some patterns and catch some footballs. And the rest of us are going to have to block. And I'm just using that as an example.
Okay.
That the biggest mistake that Black people are making is not working on self-development, because self-development is what keeps people able to work together. Because I have a theory, and my theory is this: the biggest problem with Black people is the quality of interaction. Most of the experiences that Black people have with each other are just shitty. So how can you unite when you don't like each other, when these people just are not good people to deal with? Because most Black people.
I get it, Diamond. But
hold on, my brother. So the solution is to work on improving yourself and encouraging others to do the same. And people who don't want to, you're going to have to cut them off. And the biggest mistake that those who want to do right is they keep believing in this Christian nonsense of not cutting people off. And that's where it comes from. I'm not saying it's saying that in the Bible. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that that's where we learn that from. I remember I was talking to this Christian dude, and he was like, well, I wanted to let someone stay in my house, but if they stole something, I'm not going to throw them out. It's like, no. If they cross the line, they've got to go. And we have to understand that. And a lot of us do not have the guts to cut people off, even if they're pedophiles. People have argued me down about this, tried to argue with me about this. Okay, and the thing about it that's interesting is being on this panel is really a treat compared to other Black panels I've seen on YouTube. It's the most degenerate, disrespectful BS. Yes, sir.
No, I was asking, why is that? What, when you were telling me?
Because we've been successfully niggerized, And we think it's cooler because here's the thing. If we were arguing and cursing at each other and talking shit, we'd have more people in this live stream.
Agreed. Definitely.
But since we're talking, since we're not doing that, and I know Clarence is going to drop anybody who's on that bullshit.
Definitely.
You know, that's why you're not going to be the biggest YouTuber, because you don't have controversy, you don't have BS, you don't have a bunch of hood rats and niggas on your panels. You have people that are actually trying to help.
I appreciate that. I'm definitely not gonna let anybody come up here and disrespect anybody else. That's for sure.
Right.
And I am worse than those. I am worse than the hood rats or whatever that means.
but the point I'm making about this, that our people would rather see black people fight each other. And what's interesting is when black people used to attack each other and destroy each other during slavery times, that's the white man used to reward them. But now we reward each other for tearing each other down. Like when you see high school level, when you used to see black kids getting ready to fight each other.
Go ahead.
When you see black children fighting each other, you have a bunch of low-life niggas trying to keep them fighting each other. And if they don't fight, everybody's mad. Because we've been successfully niggerized.
See, here's the thing, Diamond. You preaching to the choir over here.
You're
literally preaching to the choir. What we want to know is, what personally are you intending to do about it? I mean, what is your solution, or what solution?
Well, the solution is the solution is that we got to do our own thing and let them do their own thing, and those who want to roll with us roll. I'm not here to try to save a bunch of niggas who don't want to do right. There's no point in doing that. So my whole thing is, listen, let's just say you were married, right? If me, my wife, and your wife were the only people that were righteous, then I'll deal with y'all, and I won't deal with anybody else. My whole thing is, you can't save anybody. The only solution is people can save themselves. Just like I was talking to a man who'd been in prison, who got his degree in prison. I said, how many of those people really want to do the right thing? He's like, most of them they have opportunities to do all types of stuff, but they don't want to listen. They're in there doing the same thing they're doing. They're just nothing but predators. They get out of jail, within a year they go back. So there's nothing you can do for those people. Some people are going to change and some people are not. The only thing that we can do in the long term is begin to create communities where people where you have to get checked in to live. You're going to deal with the council of elders, and that's what we're going to have to focus on. But the issue with people like us is we keep trying to save people who don't want to be saved, and we're not offering safe spaces for the people who are on the fence. So that's what we're going to have to do.
Let me say something to you about that, brother, because that's a little bit off of the topic that we're talking about. Because we really my bad. Situation. But since you brought it up, let me say this, because I understand, and that's the frustrating part for somebody like yourself, is like, hey man, let's just do it this way. This will yield us better results, right? Maybe it would, but here's the issue. You wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. None of the people on this panel would be here if somebody hadn't stepped up and been willing to do something for someone else.
That's not what I'm saying, brother. I'm down for doing things for other people who are willing to receive it.
Listen to me, Diamond. Just listen. Even though you may not see whether they want to or not, you know what I'm saying? It's like the city of Los Angeles. I live in the city of Los Angeles, right? They build streets and they cover the streets with asphalt to make the streets nice and smooth. Guess what? The axe murderers drive down those streets. The school teachers drive down those streets. The church leaders drive down those streets. The CM guys drive down them streets. Everybody's going to drive down those streets. Why? Because we're not doing this for the bad guys. We're doing this for the ones that will come. Right? You understand what I'm saying? But to do it for the people that will come, we have to be open for the people that may come. You follow what I'm saying? So
I agree with you.
Okay, so listen, there are many of our people are out there right now, and they're doing things, and they're not in their right mind. They don't want to. There's nobody out there that wants to be on crack out there sleeping in a tent in front of the city hall, right? Or on Martin Luther King Boulevard, whatever city you live in, Martin Luther King Boulevard, there's a bunch of homeless people out there, right? Or prostitution or whatever's going on out there. Nobody wants to do that, but they're out there because they're not in their right mind. But I can't, if I'm teaching and I'm teaching to uplift the people, I can't say I'm only going to uplift these people. I have to put the teaching out there to anyone who wants to listen. Now, some of them people ain't going to take it. They just going to be like, man, that ain't, but I'm not looking for the ones that's not. I'm looking for the ones that are. Unfortunately, just like Jesus said, it rains on the just and it rains on the unjust. That means this word is going to go out to whoever, to everybody. Now, whoever wants to bite on it, the idea that you got, unfortunately, you're going to get some frogs in there. That's just the nature of starting an organization. You're going to have people that come in there under the radar trying to see whatever they can get out of it. You're going to have some foxes coming in. That's just the way organizations work. That's how the Nation of Islam work. That's how Marcus Garvey's organization worked. That's how Malcolm's organization worked. That's just how the Black Panthers, that's just the nature of organizations where you're going to have moles that come in. That's just people that's trying to just get over. Right?
Right.
So what I'm saying, brother, is we're going to have to find a way. Now, what you're saying, to make what you say make sense, you're going to have to find a gut test for people. Do you really want to do this? See, then now, if you don't pass the gut test, then you're going to walk away on your own.
Right. That's what I'm saying, because Black people don't have any standards. We just accept anybody. And anytime. Are you from LA originally?
Absolutely. Born and raised.
Okay. Well, one thing I'll say about LA is the Black community in LA should have been on some cutting off the gang members, because those people most of them are just worthless and they don't want to get any better. They just want to be neighbors. I think we need to let them just, kill each other, because all they're going to do is end up hurting innocent people, even by accident or on purpose. And I saw this story in Los Angeles where this kid was mentally challenged, and he went into a store with a red shirt on, and somebody walked up to him and shot him in the back of the head. Because for no reason, they didn't ask him if he was gangbanging or not. They just walked up to him and shot him. And those kind of people, I don't want to live around. I don't want to be around them. Right. So now I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm from Pittsburgh, and things aren't as bad as in LA, but it's pretty bad out here, because any predominantly Black neighborhood, you run the risk of someone breaking into your house. Is probably going to be the next door neighbor that will steal from you.
It's probably going to be a white neighborhood, man. In a white neighborhood, it's probably going to be a white person that breaks into your house.
Well, I hear you, but we live in the suburbs, and the thing about it that's so sad is we wanted to cop a house, to buy a house in the Black neighborhood, but the neighborhoods were just so dangerous and so messed up, we couldn't even find a place to live around Black people.
I understand. See, I can understand that. I can understand that.
So the point that I'm getting at is, especially in a place like Los Angeles, people are going to have to organize and say, listen, find out who the gangbangers are and just tell them this is a new thing. You got to leave this area. You can't live here anymore. Now, if you want to quit gangbanging, you can live here. But if you don't gangbang, but if you want to keep gangbanging, you're not going to live here anymore. Because what the problem is, we're making it too easy for people like Polight to exist. We're making it too easy for these kind of people to exist in our space. And we keep making excuses for why they should be there. And I understand what you're saying, Brother Clarence, that if someone is really trying to change, then I'm cool with helping them. But if they're not trying to change, I don't want anything to do with them. And I think that's the thing we have. And at the end of the day, everybody's going to lose a cousin, a brother, a parent to this. And I don't think Black people have the guts to really do what needs to be done to uplift us. Because here's the thing: if you're trying to build a building and you're putting blocks up, and I keep coming and taking those blocks down, then how are you going to build? If you're trying to build a business and you got these low-life niggas trying to rob you, shooting up your business, because here's the thing: if someone gets shot at your business, then people aren't going to want to come in there. So we can't have this,
brother. I understand that, but I'm just saying that let me say it this way. there's many of us out here, right? And we have different ways of approaching the situation. And so some of us gonna approach it like the way you are, right? And that's cool. And some are gonna approach it like me, right? Where I was one of them people that you talking. I was one of them crazy ass niggas running around doing all kind of nefariousness, right? But God smiled on me in a day of love, man. Two men of God just kept their foot on my neck until finally I got it, right? So I will forever be in awe of God's mercy for turning me around. I'll forever be in there. And I'm because of what they did for me, I must go out and do it for someone else. I must. Now, that didn't happen to you, right? You've been straight since you flew, since you came out of mama's womb.
Not 100%. I mean, not 100%. But the point I'm getting at is I never.
Let me finish, Diamond. I wasn't. I was a very different person than I am today, man. So knowing that if God could turn somebody around like me, I at least want to offer them the opportunity. Now, I'm not going as far as to say, well, I'm going to let you burglarize my house every day and burglarize my car every day. No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is when we bring them the truth, we have to bring everybody the truth, because we don't know which person is going to turn around and hear that truth and turn around, man. Even people who we say, because we may judge them and say, look at this person. They're doing this behavior. They are just no good. Why should we even waste the time to bring truth to them? But in reality, we don't know if that person has been waiting. They waiting for somebody to come tell them the truth, to ignite them to leave that lifestyle, right? So that's all I'm saying, brother. We can't, when it's time to start putting the wood and the nails and everything together, yeah, all you're going to get is just like when you move, right? You call me up and say, hey, Clarence, I'm getting ready to move, right? That's when you see if I'm really your friend, right? Because I'll be like, oh, yeah, I'm working that day. I got this to do, right? But your friends are going to be like, okay, man, I'll be there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'll work something out. You know what I mean? So that's how it's going to be building this society you're talking about.
Right. And I'm not sitting there saying that because somebody smokes too much weed or because someone's not perfect, that they should be cut off. I'm saying if you're being destructive, then you should be cut off.
Agreed.
If you're going to do drive-bys at a cookout where there's children there, if you're going to kill somebody, you're supposed to do it like the mob does, to make sure nobody innocent gets hurt. But these so-called brothers, you can't call them brothers. They just don't give a fuck. If they kill someone innocent, they're like, whatever. They don't care. So what I'm saying is, I'm saying that, listen, if someone wants to turn around, I'm good with it. I'm good with everybody getting the message and making their own choices. But those who make the wrong choice, I think we should just put them in the neighborhood and let them kill each other. And if you survive and you come out of it, cool. And my whole thing is, if you come out of it, right, because we're making it too easy for these people. We're giving them too much leeway, and that's why they're wreaking havoc in our community. And what's really interesting is a lot of sisters would get mad at you when you start criticizing the Tupac wannabes and all the clowns out there. But now they're realizing, because these men that they're dating are now killing them. Black men are murdering black women at a higher rate. All those Pookie and roll rates that these women were laying up under, having their children by these low-life losers, telling guys who graduated college, guys who got trades, that they're lame, you're boring. And we're giving these, and one thing I will say about the manosphere, I don't like the manosphere, because the manosphere is some ignorant ass niggas. But the thing about the manosphere I do like is they do hold these women accountable for picky pooking. And I saw your video about picky pooking. I saw your video, but see, we got to deal with this.
We definitely do, because
that's holding us back.
A lot of our sisters are losing their lives out there.
Yes, and see,
lives out there. That's the reason why I want to get into the Pookie picking, man.
Yeah, we got to deal with that because we have to change that, because this is Polight right here. Polight. This is Pookie. He's just a conscious wannabe Pookie. And another thing I want to say is the conscious community is full of it, because I've been part of the conscious community since like 2003, 2004, and most of it is fake. Most of these people are fake. They're not really about their shit. They're not really committed to the struggle. They don't want to pick up a shovel. They just want to talk that shit.
Well, the thing is about it with Brother Polight is he had so many chances to change and he didn't. When he got into that, after he got off of that case, you know, with that situation where somebody lost their life, he beat
What happened there?
He beat that case. He got
What
off
happened?
light after he got out of.
He shot somebody? What happened?
Well, he was involved. He was involved. I don't think he actually
He was
done.
at the scene of the crime.
But
He was at
he
the
was
scene of the
involved
crime.
in someone else.
Let me go over real quick, Patrice. He was at the scene. They was arguing. It was a dispute over some drug territory, and it was a few people there, Polight included, and then one of the guys lost their life there. He was among the people charged with the situation. So that's what happened. All right.
He probably snitched.
And listen, when you have chance after chance to turn your life around and you do nothing but continue to fall more and more into crime and into nefariousness, and you become a master scammer of your community by using the conscious community as a way of a spirituality or religion or whatever, and you writing all these books trying to tell people what they need to do with their life and how they can do this and do that, all while you doing all type of nefariousness, and then you creating all of these get rich quick schemes where you ripping off people in your own community that you also preaching the word to. Now you also telling them about how they need to become more conscious. See, this is the problem, is that we help create these monsters.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
When it happens, and then we act so shocked when they get caught up, when they finally get caught. And then we act, oh my God. And, you know, like, these are monsters we have created in our communities.
Well, y'all, what I want to do is I want to go back to, because thank you, Diamond, for taking us out the riverside, and we got to go back there. All right, so what you said?
I have a question.
Okay.
I said I have a question. First of all, what you said something peekaboo, something. What is that?
I said what now?
You said something peekaboo about the woman.
Pick up about the woman?
You know what?
He's talking about pookie picking.
Pookie picking. Oh, I said pookie picking. That's
yeah, he doesn't
picking.
Understand what that means.
Do you understand what that means? We'll go there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that means that you're picking a person based on one of three things: their sexual prowess, their beauty appearance, or their financial ability, right? But the most important thing is you're not even looking at the character of the man. So this is like the kind of like what happened with Polight here, where a deeper look into his background and into his character might have caught some things, but because she was so enamored with him as a personality, she went ahead and started dating the guy, right? And she didn't take another deeper look into what was actually driving the guy, right? Some people are driven. A lot of us are driven, right, by something, right? Something is driving us, but some of us have bad things driving us, and we need to look into that, right? Some of us are driven by desire, not by trying to help other people or trying to you know, do the best for our family or help the community. We're driven by other things like lust, right? And when you're driven by lust, you blind. You can't see, right? You can't see. You can't even see yourself in the right image, right? Because
that's true.
Okay, so that's what I mean when I talk about the pookie picking. And so unfortunately, a lot, in particular, not only black women, white women too, but black women, it's just happening so often where they are picking guys like this. And these kind of guys are so what's the word, out of control, that when something happens that they don't appreciate or they don't like, they will unalive sometimes the woman. Not only be violent with her, but unalive the girl. That is happening a lot, right? Black men are can't deny stacking bodies.
Yeah. Also, you said something that this guy about his connection with the Hebrew Israelites. I don't want to change the subject or something, but just wonder what is his connection to them.
They hate him. They hate him. He's debated them over the years. He's probably had maybe 30, 40 debates with them, and they have not ended well. Right. And so they've been calling him out for about 10 years. That's saying he was a scammer and liar. And they've probably been the most accurate out of everyone about what was going on with him behind the scenes, right? And so they came to the courtroom. Both times when he was in the courtroom, they went there. And he tried to get him this last time he tried to get him thrown out of there. Right. So and there's a lot of them in the American prisons. So things going to be interesting.
There's a lot of them in the American prisons, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Well, they have factions of them in the American prisons. Just like every religion, it has some faction of those religions in the American prisons, right? So, but when they run into Polight, ouch.
When they will get to him, he's going to be a Miss Ladyboy for them, not Polight.
Maybe so.
All right, y'all, let's get back to they're going to turn him to the woman in the prison.
Yikes. Maybe you might be right, Pagoda. You might be right. Okay, let's get back to we got to get back to the call. We got to finish the mother, or at least get a little bit more. Let's get a little bit more of the mother, and then we're gonna wrap it up, you guys. It's been awesome, man, but we got to wrap it up.
Yeah,
bruises all over her body and her mouth busted, uncontrollably shaking. Absolutely nothing. And although you executed your plan and you got what you wanted those couple of hours, you actually failed. Because look where you're at right now. You have created a lifetime of trauma for my daughter and I. Before you never knew evil existed. You brought so much evil into our lives that early morning. And I'll never forget. I called you like 50 times and you wouldn't answer me. And I called her too, but you took her phone. You drugged my baby and you gave her no way to seek help. You left me no way to contact her or even know where she was. I get physically sick now whenever I'm away from my daughter because of you. Something as simple as her going to school, I'm in panic mode. Because I'm scared when she comes back, she's going to be hurt all over again. I constantly have flashbacks of that night. And what she lives with is not okay. She feels uncomfortable around people and will live with this forever, and this is not fair to her. She never deserved this. Shame on you for forcing evil on our youth. And for a year, I questioned, how could you even do this to us? Her and I did nothing wrong to you. We trusted you. I moved across the country because I believed everything that you told me. But it was pure manipulation I see now. All you do is specialize in selling false dreams.
Hold up. Did she say she moved from across the country to be with this ninja?
You heard that right. You heard that right.
Oh my God.
What? Where she moved from? What?
She sounds Latin or Hispanic.
Yeah,
she sounds Hispanic.
She's Puerto Rican. I think she's from New York, and she moved from New York to LA. I think.
Oh.
No. Check that back, because this happened in Miami. So I think she moved from maybe some other place in the country to Miami. I'm not
right,
sure.
Right, because she said across the country.
Right. So it's got to probably be the West Coast.
Yeah, she came. No, she said I moved from across the country, which means she come from another country to be here in the States to be with him.
No, Patrice. I think she meant she was in this country, but she moved across the country, meaning that she was on the other side of the country, and she moved over to Miami to be with him.
All right. Either
That's
way,
what I'm thinking, unless we hear something different.
Wow.
But yeah, she did. But ultimately, she made a great move. All right, y'all, we're gonna leave it right there for mother's impact statement. I wanted to get deeper, but we talked about some good things. We talked about some good topics, but okay, I want everybody to get a closing statement because we got to get out of here. So let's start wrapping it up. What do you think about Polight? What do you think about the sentence? What do you think about this situation? You know, what can we learn? What kind of things can we do, you know, so that we can, you know, mothers especially to have, or fathers, right? You might have a father that has a child, and you can't just trust everybody. And there's always got to be a certain level of suspicion. That should be normal for all of us. A certain level of suspicion. I don't know what's going to happen here, but there's a certain level of suspicion. It should be present, you know, especially in the situations where things don't line up, right? So let's get some closing remarks. Let's start with Vagoda.
Why do you think all the time? Why me?
What? Why you?
Yeah,
because you're the one that's always crying that we got you up we got you up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
It's now 7 in the morning, but never mind that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know, man. I didn't know.
Okay, let's see. You know, like I said, I think that if he's in jail, he's going to be Miss Polight, or if I be more accurate, Miss Polight the bitch.
Yikes.
No, that's what he's going to get, and that's what he deserve. If
I can't argue with you with that. Yeah, he deserves that and then some. Yeah, if this is true, which it looks like it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and I hope these guys. Where did you have this guy? These guys from recent news?
Yeah, we've been following this for about 6 months. Yeah.
Oh.
But you know, we out here in America, we know about this guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and there's stuff from the paper of the USA gets into here. I didn't see.
No, you won't see. You won't see it. No, this is something that's pretty much like in the black area here, right?
Yeah, you say that women from your community this and this. I hope that they don't. I hope that Jewish women are doing better
over here.
Yeah, in the USA.
I didn't know they were doing bad.
No, I said I hope that Jewish women are doing better.
Oh, as far as with their children?
Yeah, but in any case, in any case, let's see what I want to say. Oh, you know, I wrote to you a number of times, and I'm waiting for an answer.
I'm sorry, Vagoda. That's my fault, man. That's my fault. I've been doing a lot of different stuff. I'm going to get to you. Trust me.
I'm busy in those days anyway. I'm going to finish
we're going to do it on a Saturday. Listen. We're going to do it on a Saturday. Just me and you. We're going to hammer it out. Right? We're going to hammer it out. We're going to find out what's going on with these ancient Jews. Right? We're gonna hammer that whole
situation. You ask for evidence. I gave you evidence with movies.
You did. I got those videos. I got one that I already got questions on.
If you saw carefully, you have in the comments of them the connections to where they got their information from.
Well, yeah. Well, that's fine. I will discuss that with you on that.
And again, it's just a taste from what's to come. But in any case.
That's fine.
After I'm going to finish my degree soon, in the next
good for you, man. Good
3
for
months.
You. Congratulations.
So not yet. I didn't finish it yet. I have to do how you call it in English. You know what? I don't know how you call it in English. I need to do a seminarian work.
Okay.
That's the cream of the crop of my degree for me to finish.
All right. Good for you.
Hey, good. Well, if you get your degree. These Western women ain't going to want you, so you can forget they'll use you for your money in most cases. Not all, but just don't let them know you got that degree. Tell them that you're homeless, and they'll be all over you. So, not all of them, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
What a wonderful advice! Dude, this degree for me to get a good job, not just for the ladies.
I know. I'm just kidding with you. I'm just being silly.
If I want the ladies, I will act like so what? How you say it in English? You know what? I think it's the Israeli version of what you said, Pookie is something for all
Pookie
the
picking.
yeah,
Pookie
for
picking.
the creeps that behaves like pimps.
Yeah, that works.
You know
I'm
what?
telling you.
I'm going to send you a little movie, Clarence, that you will see what is the Israeli version of that.
Okay, give me about 3 weeks, we'll go to, because I got a lot going on, man. So give me about
Yeah,
3
it's
weeks.
okay.
I'm trying to put it
I
together.
need also my time.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll do
Lucky
it on
that
Saturday.
I've been studying this weekend.
Okay, yeah, we'll do it on a Saturday. We'll put a Saturday together, and we'll
Also,
discuss
you know,
it,
if
man.
I just also, you know, what, how is it, the mail address that I am using, it's not my original mail address, and I don't have access to it every day. So in weekends like now, I don't have access to it. So if you want to call me or say to me why you don't answer, or meet me or talk to me in this or this, then if it's in weekend, I will not see it until Sunday.
Okay.
But in any case, have a wonderful weekend.
Okay, you too, man. All right, brother. Be safe out there in Israel.
Yeah.
All right. All right,
know
y'all.
what,
That was Vogoda, man.
Yeah,
What?
that's me. You know, just if you talked about to be safe, you know, there was a terrorist attack a few 2 or 3 weeks ago, very close to where I live in, where I have an apartment in North Tel Aviv.
Man, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Sorry to hear that.
And
Be
it
careful
was
out there.
5 minutes from my house, and it was when I gone to do a little shopping. If I would thinking for myself, I would go to do shopping somewhere else. I could be there when the terrorist tried to run people with his car and stab them and stuff. There is a video even of he's doing it.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
we got stuff like that happening over here as well, but I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, at least some civilian with a gun took him down.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, we got stuff like that happening over here too, man. So, yeah, hopefully you can get home safe, man.
Yeah,
it's not a problem.
Yeah.
All right, man. That's Vogoda, man. We gotta go, Vogoda. We gotta get out of here. All right, man. I'll talk to you later. Okay. All right, that was Vogoda, you guys. That's our brother from Israel, man. He wants to convince me so bad that there are some ancient Jews, and I keep telling him there is no such a thing. But all right, we'll talk to him about that later, right? Okay, let me get to Diamond. Diamond, with your closing remarks, man. What do you think about this whole Polight situation? Any last words on that situation?
I think what Patrice said was true, that for these type of people, we're going to have to start to organize some other stuff to do something about it. But at the least, we need to separate ourselves from these kind of people. And he should have gotten life for what he done. But it's good because this will damage his career and damage his thing. And hopefully, by the time he gets out of prison, hopefully he'll be shanked and dead. But hopefully they'll forget about. Hopefully they will forget about this loser, and he won't be able to get people to follow behind him. But I'm sure he'll still have a group of followers no matter what. But the biggest thing at the end of the day is we need to understand that the Polight situation is a microcosm of what's going on in the Black community. And we're going to have to really begin to think about doing things differently. And when I'm saying to you, Clarence, is I'm not saying, if someone's doing the wrong thing, cut them off. I'm saying, but if they don't listen, then we got to cut them off, because all they're going to do is wreak havoc. And something else I wanted to say.
What you're saying, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, something else I wanted to say when it comes to gang and crimes, even though I know it's off topic. For the people who are on the fence, we have to create a place for them to go where they're not going to be attacked. Because if you try to quit the gang, they want to kill you. So that's going to be a problem we're going to have to do. We can't live in the same neighborhood with these people. We can't. It's never going to work that way. You can't have, if you're trying to build something up, you can't have people in the same neighborhood trying to tear it down. We're going to have, especially in places like LA and Chicago, we're going to have to separate those who are working. The working Black community is going to have to separate itself from the gang community and the people like Polight, and separate ourselves and let them live let them live where they live at. We live where we live at. And if they want to come over, cool, but they got to follow our rules when they come over there. And people will start coming over eventually. But we have to create a safe place for those people to go to where they don't have to worry about being attacked and killed, because some people join these gangs because they're scared they're going to be killed or murdered because we haven't provided adequate defense for these people. You know, that's another thing that comes from this Christianity nonsense that everybody's been taught, is we keep, you know, saying that we don't need to fight, we don't need to defend ourselves. No, we're going to have to create brigades to protect ourselves against the bad black people. And, you know,
Well,
the white want them, you got to get them too.
I wouldn't say it was Christianity in itself. I would probably say different people are interpreting different things at different rate. So I think the people that are promoting nonviolence in any situation, I think they've gotten that portion of Christianity has been pushed to the forefront. But I think in reality, there's all different kinds of Christians. There's all different kinds of Christians. So we don't want to just say this is Christianity and this is all garbage. I don't want to say that. Just
right,
like I would say to you know, that Islam is they all want to just kill everybody. I wouldn't want to say that, right? Because there's many different forms of practicing Islam, many different forms of practicing Christianity. So let's keep that in mind when we're making, because I know that Christianity has been used certain forms of Christianity have been used against us. So, but we still want to be open to the fact that there are some of our Christian brothers, man, they with the business. So we don't want to,
right.
throw them on the barbecue grill with everyone else, right? Okay.
That's true. They are with the business. They are with the business, you know. But I guess I mean the more like the slave doctrine of it, because I got you. Yeah, that's where that comes from, and I feel like, you know, the black men are going to have to take the lead, the charge. We're going to have to take responsibility for everything that goes on.
Agreed.
And we're going to be, if we want the black woman to submit to us and we want her to respect us, that means everything that goes wrong as well, to take responsibility for it.
We don't need her to submit, bro. We don't need to do it. Well, I know you're not saying this, Diamond, but I'm gonna clear it up for the people that's listening to you. We don't need the black woman is gonna automatically submit to you when she see you in your right mind. When she see you walking and moving in your right mind, she automatically gonna get in where she fit in right there, bang. So you don't even have to look for it. Submission. You don't even have to say you didn't submit. You didn't submit. You didn't submit. You ain't gonna even have to do that, man. She's just gonna fall right in line.
Right. We're gonna have to you know, build some corporations, be able to hire some people, build some schools, build some hospitals, and then when that happens, the black woman will fall in line. Gotcha. But the way we're leading her now, we're leading her to be a hoe and a hood rat. That's why, in some ways, she's became that, because we've led her to do that. Because no matter what, the woman will submit to the man's will. She will be whatever the man wants her to be. If we want the black women to be wives, they will become wives. You know, so that's a lot of things. And also, I would say it's reverse leadership, because the women are also misleading the men to mistreat them, and we've gotten ourselves into a cycle where black women want to be. They think being a victim is a flex. They look at you know, our women have been socialized and trained to be victims. And we're going to have to break that as well. And so it's a lot going on, because this polite thing is a microcosm of what's going on with black people.
We got it.
So I land my plane. I land my plane there, since everybody started saying it in the last couple months, and that's all I got to say. Thank you for having me on.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you for always coming up and giving you a little perspective. We appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much, man. All right, that was Brother Diamond Axe. I'm gonna pull you down, brother. Another one of our great speakers that comes up here. All right, y'all. Who else? Who's going? Just home team now.
Oh, well, listen, I can go if you want.
Yeah, I can go actually, because you know what? Patrice is on admin status. She can have the last word.
Oh, wow. That? Okay. Well, that's never happened, right?
Well, just go ahead and have at
it. Wow.
All right, man. Let's see. Y'all want me to go?
I mean, I don't have a problem with going, because I have a few things I need to do anyway.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead, Vaughn. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you know, like I said, earlier, and I didn't mean to cut the brother off when he was speaking, but I wanted to kind of make a point.
He understood. He understood.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
But the impact. First of all, let me just say this. And I'm not really the person that tries to put titles and labels on people, but this brother is scum. And I do want to just say that out of my mouth. I feel like I have a right to say that.
How do you really feel, Vaughn?
And I don't believe that he understands the impact of what he did has on individuals.
I agree with you on that. Definitely.
And listen, I still have vivid memories of what happened to me as a young boy. Very vivid. And I'm 61 years old.
Wow.
Do you see what I'm saying? Very vivid memories.
Yes, sir.
That I carry with me. And I think that it's appalling for someone to take advantage of someone when they're at the most innocent point in their life. And then when I look at it, I think about the problems that it had caused me throughout my life. And listen, Brother Clarence, I'm telling you, I ain't told the whole story, but I really struggled, man. It was very hard for me, even in my teenage years. You see what I'm saying? Drugs became part of my life because I didn't know how to deal with that trauma.
Wow. Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? So the effect of other people's actions that they have, and they just haphazardly do it, because they're just gutless. It's ridiculous, And it was years, listen, it was years before I even talked about it. I believe I was 31 before I even mentioned it to my mother, because I thought that there was some shame in being violated that way. You see? So when we talk about this topic, and then we got on the part about where, the woman is, she's at fault. And I get it. Sometimes they are overlooking. You see what I'm saying? Some things are haphazard, and some things you didn't see it. You missed it. I, for one, can remember my mother was a single mother, and she had to work. And so she would leave me with different individuals while she went to work. Now, as a child, I didn't know how to articulate that this had happened to me or that or the other. And then when I got old enough to understand what it was, I became silent. So yeah, you never know what damage you cause in another person's life. And for this brother to be so haphazard about, man, just nonchalant about it.
Very,
He
very
can throw
flippant.
a party, even though he knew what he did. He can throw a party and celebrate.
Wow.
And be in celebration.
Wow.
After you violate somebody's youth.
Wow. Wow.
Man, let me tell you, it's just it's crazy to me, man. It's crazy to me. And then we glorify these people.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because they got away with it. It's just ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. So anyway, on that note, I would definitely say that, thank God that he brought me through those situations.
Yeah.
You see? And I'm blessed. I'm blessed today as a result of what see, God, whatever trial or whatever path God has you on, it's for a reason when you put your trust in him. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I'm glad I was able to make it to this place that I'm at right now. But by all means, come on, we carry that into our 60s. These people who allow themselves to take advantage of individuals when they're young, when they're kids, is sickening.
Yeah.
You see, now I don't have a judgment for him because that's God's place. Right? Yeah. And God said, vengeance is mine. And he said, I will repay. You see what I'm saying? Now, I don't wish nothing bad on anybody, but listen, you reap what you sow.
Mm.
And with that being said, that's my closing remarks. Peace. Joy.
Right, I appreciate you, man, for always being.
And grace and abundance.
appreciate you for always coming up here, man, and sharing that story with us, man. We appreciate you for that, man, because you break the black man code every time, man, because black men, we ain't supposed to come up here and say we ever been violated, we ever took a L, we ever had a woman dump us, we ever been arrested, we ever had problems, we ever did some nefariousness. You know, we ain't supposed to say none of that. We ain't supposed to admit none of that, right? We're supposed to just be these tanks that run around never having an L, right? So I appreciate you for doing that, man, because it shows that, man, you know, one, it shows that the kind of person you are, man, is you willing to dig into that bag of painful stuff and bring it out, not to say, woe is me, but to say, here, man, let me show you this. This might help you. I went through it. I was able to walk out of it. This might help you too, right? And number two, to show that just because you had that experience, the rest of us, we still see the great man, Von Bryant. We don't see nothing less because that happened to you. We see the great man, Von Bryant, that we see. You know what I'm saying? So it shows that we can still appreciate you for 100% of the man that we know. You know what I mean? So it's all good, man. But I just, you know, saying it all starts with you having the courage and the strength to go ahead and share that, man. So we appreciate you for that. All right, I'm gonna send you down, brother. I'm gonna put you down. Peace. All right, Von.
Love you, bro.
Peace.
Love you, brother. All right, that's Von Bryant, man. You know, always got something to help out to say. All right, just me and you, girl. What you want to do?
Two of the toughest. Here we are again.
Okay, here we are. Do you want to know? You want to close out the show, or you want me to do it? Oh, because I got to do the rundown.
You could close. Yeah, you could close it out and do the rundown like you normally do, bro. I had no problem with that. I'm gonna kind of be.
She don't want to remember everybody's name. That's all. She don't want to have to remember everybody's name like I do.
That might be halfway true. Halfway.
But see, I'm smart. I write it all down. I write everybody's name down, so I know I'm gonna forget.
No, I know who I was on the panel. Let me see. Me, you, Vaughn, Annie, Diamond, and Vagoda.
There you go, girl. You did good.
Hey.
Did good.
No,
right,
but
girl,
I'm
what do you think about this whole Polight situation? What can we learn? What is? I mean, was justice served? Was you know? What else can be said about this situation?
Well, first of all, justice was absolutely not served.
I agree. I don't think so, in my opinion, either.
This is one of those moments where, you know, the justice system fails the victim.
Yeah.
And it absolutely, you know, gets the victim unfairly gets victimized all over again to a certain extent, right?
Right.
Again, I don't care how unpopular this sounds to people. This is my opinion. People that hurt children, kids, and babies and underage children in this manner, to me, don't deserve to live. That's my opinion. I've watched so many of my friends and relatives go through things like this, so it hits home for me.
Yeah.
And I watch them. They're never the same again.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
They're never the same. They forever changed. Their innocence is gone. Their childhood, you know, for the most part, the good memories, they still have some, but like they stop wherever that happiness stopped for them is where they live in that moment for a long time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So when you have a lot of our people in the community that coddles, that acquiesce, that become these procurers of people that commit these heinous crimes like this brother has committed. It is a sad state of affairs in our culture and in our community to know that we accept and acquiesce to such low-hanging fruit, to such low vibrational individuals, to the horrific crime that we commit that upon each other when we allow us to sit on platforms and blame the mother to the extent where we want to drag her to filth.
Wow.
But we will not hold this monster accountable. It's amazing to me. Like, I'm telling you, I'm really, really appalled by it. It's absolutely disgusting to me. When the things that I hear, especially Black men who have daughters, see, they have daughters, they have sons. You understand? But it's so easy for them to park their lips to say, well, the woman is at fault and the woman should have did this and the woman should have did this. And perhaps she should have done some things. But to literally drag her like she is the culprit and committed the crime.
Yeah, it's really unfair.
Monster that this pedophile committed. It's beyond me. But see, we have fallen into such a deep pit of hell. I hate to say it, because we create these degenerates. And then again, we got these flying monkeys that rah-rahing right behind them. Our society is sick. Our society
definitely
is traumatized. Our society is so toxic. Our society and culture, not all, please no, not all. For the most part, I'm watching what's going on within Black content creators, right? And to know that I would ever live to see the things that I've lived to see, a pandemic, the more people dying than I ever thought that I'd see in my whole life of living on this earth. And all these 50-some odd years, 59 years I've been on this earth. And to know that we are literally living in a Sodom and Gomorrah right now. That we are living in these times that are so prophetic. And we still choose. We still are choosing to acquiesce to this bullshit. We still coddle people that shouldn't be coddled. We still rock with people that people shouldn't rock with, because we know the nefarious shit they doing, but we do it. It's absolutely sickening to me. I hope that there is some vigilante justice in the prison system where he is, and I hope he gets a piece of it. I do. Because 7 years, that's a pat on the back.
That is. And not having to register? Yeah,
compared to not having to register, and compared to what that baby have to endure for the rest of her natural life.
Good point.
Of being on this earth.
Good point.
Something is seriously wrong, Black people. And we need to wake up and stop it. We have to stop it. Because it takes a pretty sick ticket to do something like what he done. He is a narcissistic, sociopathic pedophile. I said that. And I'm not saying alleged. I'm not saying alleged. Okay? I am sick of people like him wreaking havoc on innocent people and getting away with it, or just getting a slap on the wrist. Let the vigilante chips fall where they may, where he's concerned.
Definitely.
Okay? Brother, thank you for covering this. You and I pretty much called it with the time frame that we thought he was going to get. We figured it was going to be a slap on the wrist, and
Definitely.
there it is. There it is. But, you know, there's another justice that he is going to have to face.
Definitely.
I heard he rot in jail and burn in hell. Period.
Yeah.
I digress, bro.
It's such a sad thing to talk about, but yeah, I hear you, sis. And is that your last word?
Yeah, that's my last word. I'm about to call in the night, man. I'm just, you know, these type of topics, it takes so much out of you, you know?
Yeah.
You really do. And you know, if you ain't listening to something on the news, you're seeing something online, you're reading something on Yahoo News or whatever, it's just so much going on right now. It's so much going on. Listen.
Unfortunately, we got to cover this stuff because, you know, there's a lot of people that's out there and they're getting caught up with dudes like this. And, you know, we got to, we got to light, you know?
I wish they wouldn't be so trusting for men like him.
Yes.
There's so many of our sisters that are so lost.
Yes.
And they listen to the slick talk of people like Brother Polight that use spirituality and religion and the Black community conscious and, you know, pro-Black this and that. They use advantage and they take advantage.
Yeah,
and
they do.
Innocent
person
people
don't even see the twist coming, right? They thinking, oh man, I'm helping the community. I'm helping this man. I'm helping the community. And
it's like a cult. They get caught up in it, bro, and they don't know they in it until they out of it. Don't know you're in a cult until you out of the cult.
Yeah.
And you realize what you was in, honestly. From this brother's history and from the way he took up for that other pedophile that's doing 100-some years, Dr. York.
Yeah.
I knew then, even before then, I said, this brother ain't right. And it's just a matter of time. More gonna fall because they falling.
Yeah.
They falling. They slowly but surely are falling.
Yeah.
It ain't over. More. It's gonna be more. More domino effects is coming.
Yeah.
You see it every day.
Yeah.
All right, bro. I love you.
Love you, girl.
I appreciate you doing this topic.
Yeah. No problem.
To the chat. Everybody on the panel, they rocked out. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all.
Definitely.
And I'm peace out, bro.
All right, girl. I'll talk to you later. Love you.
Okay. Bye.
All right, y'all. That was OG Patrice. What y'all think about OG Patrice? Well, we get to her in the rundown. What y'all think about Polight? No bueno. No bueno. 7 years. You telling me you can find semen on a baby and all I'm gonna get is 7 years and I ain't gonna even have to register? Wait, what? This don't smell good to me. This don't smell good to me. Something happened back in the the chick that did the DNA, she all of a sudden disappeared. Maybe I think she got some financial incentive to disappear, right? He's going on a long vacation. Let us get this plea deal worked out, and then we'll bring you back. Then you can come back after we get this plea deal worked out, right? Like the mafia, right? When the case is over, you can come back, right? This thing don't smell good to me with Polight, man. It don't smell good to me at all. Number one, why was he alone with a 14-year-old girl, right? But like I said, my theory is that The mother got so upset, she was beside herself. She was that upset. How many of y'all got children, man? These kids, man, they so entitled today, man. They can get you so, that upset where you like, man, you know what? Get the F away from me, right? Or whatever, right? You can say, hey, get out of my face, right? And I think he was already orbiting, waiting for this opportunity to get her by himself, right? You know, little girl probably was, she was 14. She was probably feeling herself at that point. You know what I'm saying? She might have been wearing some clothes. She getting a little thick, getting a little size on her, whatever. She breasts filling out. Maybe she's wearing some stuff that's accentuating her breasts, accentuating her thighs and hips, right? But not for Polight, right? For the young boys, right? He tried to get the attention of the young boys, but here come Polight, right? Polight looking at her out the corner of his eye. He's sitting with the mama looking out the corner of his eye at the girl, right? He's saying to himself, when the time is right, I'm gonna make that happen. So the mother got upset with the daughter, and the daughter was like, and so then Polight said, hey, I'll keep an eye on her. I'll go down in here with her, right? Then Polight ends up taking her, right? Taking her someplace. Now the girl was mad with her mom, but guess what? Who she wanted to talk to when the danger got thick? Who did she want to talk to? Right? She want to talk to her mother. The mother let them go downstairs because Polight said, "Oh, we're just going downstairs. We're just gonna go get something to eat. We'll be right back." The mother never thought in a million years Polight was gonna do what he did with her. Never thought in a million years. I don't know if you guys know the guy John Walsh that used to be on America's Most Wanted on Fox. His son Adam got snatched like that, right? They was in a little department store, and the little boy said, "Hey, I'm gonna go around the corner here and look at the toys." The mother said, "Okay." Little boy goes around the corner and look at the toys. The mother turned her back for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. They got the video camera of the man walking Adam Walsh out of the store. Right? Found the kid's body dead six days later, right? The mother turned her back. How many of y'all think the mother is getting any sleep at night? Y'all think the mother's getting any sleep at night? Y'all think this mother's getting any sleep at night knowing that, because she was that upset, she turned off her safety goggles. She took her safety goggles off for just 1 second. And that's all Polight needed was that 1 second. That's all that guy needed to snatch at Adam Walsh, just that 1 second. You know how many kids? There's thousands of kids missing. They just missing. Nobody know where they at. Nothing. No, nothing. They just gone. I think it's like 70,000 kids. They just missing. Nobody know where they at. Nothing. So, we don't want to blame the mother. We don't want to blame the mother. I know you remember, Patrice. We don't want to blame the mother. What we want to do is make sure that we keeping our eyes open, right? We can't blame Mrs. Walsh for what happened to her son. But we got to tell, hey, other mothers in the same situation. No, you wait until I'm going around there with you. I'm going with you around there to look at them toys. I remember my mother used to do that too. My mother would say, meet me back here at this time, right? She made sure I had a watch on. She said, meet me back here at 8 o'clock, right here in front of whatever it was in the store, right? She said, meet me back here. Tell me and my brother, meet me back here at this time, right? So I not only had to be there myself, I had to make sure this knucklehead that was with me was going to be there at this, he didn't get caught up in no trouble, right? And we was both where we were supposed to be at, right? But you could do that back in the 80s and the 70s. It started playing out when stuff like what happened to Adam Walsh started happening. That's when people started saying, you can't do that no more. You can't just send your kids to the bathroom no more. You got to go with them in there, right? So yeah, it's a whole different world out here now, y'all. It's a whole different world out here. than when most of us that's on this, that's here now, grew up. It's a whole different world. So you got to watch your kids like now. My granddaughter, man, she don't go nowhere unless somebody with her, right? It's just the way the world works. You mean, Clarence, she can't go to just because you ain't off work? Yeah, she can't. Yeah. I'd rather her be in the house mad because she couldn't go than out there and that 1 second where the instructor turned their back and they call me with that call. Hey, we've been looking for so-and-so. We can't find them. Just letting you know. Right? Or you could bust a call over there. Hey, let me talk to my granddaughter. We looking, we can't find her. She was just here, right? and that's what they always say. They was just here. That's why we can't. It's not that we want to blame anybody. It's just that we gotta see where all the gaps are. All the gaps, right? Even if it's a gap by the captain, we gotta check we gotta check and see if it's a gap by you, Cap, just so we can see what's going on, so we can plug all the gaps, right? We got to plug all the gaps, gaps to our children's safety, gaps to them. We got to. It's because guess what? Ultimately, for whatever happens to our children, we're going to be blamed for it. We're going to be considered the person who was the most in charge, and we're going to be blamed for it. And if it gets so egregious, remember that little piece of paper called a birth certificate that you signed? Well, that piece of paper allows the state to step in if they can determine that you're not taking care of your child to an adequate level. That little piece of paper that you signed, that birth certificate, allows them to become a ward of the state, and the state can now take over where you wasn't taking over and take over for your parent. They can intercede on your parental rights. Did you know that? Yeah, that's what that piece of paper that you signed, that birth certificate, that's really what that means, is they can step in. You're authorizing them to be able to step in. And in the event that something happens, they're the third party that can step in and do something, right? But which one of us wants the state to step in? We don't, right? Or let's say you don't take it. Let's say there's gaps, right? Because a lot of these young parents, they working, right? When I went to go take my granddaughter to school, there's a girl, shout out to Big Rick Slaps. There was a girl that brought her kid in. She brought her daughter in, and her daughter is friends with my granddaughter. The girl saw my wife. She just left. The baby was crying. Mama, please don't leave me. Mama, please don't leave me. The girl was young. Girl probably about 22, 21. She told that little girl, bye. She said, girl, stop crying, bye. Right? I was like, dang, right? But my granddaughter, was trying to comfort her and say, hey, it's okay. It's okay. We'll be okay, right? But I'm saying, man, some of these young parents, man, they don't even know. They don't even know how to talk nice to their children or encourage their children, encourage get them to grow spiritually. They don't know how to do it because it never happened to them. So sometimes we're going to be at a loss, man. But what y'all think about this situation with Polight? This is a no-brainer. This was a no-brainer to me, man. I mean, Polight should have did at least 20 years. At least. That's what they should have started with, 20 years. Now, I know they said they had that on the table, but I think it was the mother that said, hey, I don't want my daughter to get all these arrows. I'm getting the arrows already, and I didn't even do nothing. All I did was agree that she could go downstairs, get some air with Polight. I never agreed to no party or nothing like that, but the story is out there that she came in, that Polight came in and said, hey, I'm gonna take your daughter to a party. I know it's 2:00 at night. I'm gonna take your 14-year-old to a party where they're doing drugs and alcohol. And she said, okay. That doesn't make no sense to me. The more logical situation is that she got upset and she was so upset, she was all in her emotions, and her logic hadn't kicked in yet, and said, wait a minute. I know him, but I really don't know him like that to be sending my daughter off with him. Nah, you take me. Now I'll let me leave. She stay here. You can leave with me, which would have been the more logical option, right? But when she realized that she messed up, she tried calling and calling and calling. She went down trying to look for him. She couldn't find him. Go back and start calling. She blowing his phone up, blowing her phone up. He took her phone. He had her phone, so she couldn't answer her phone. She couldn't. And then he tried to text her. I mean, it was just a crazy situation. He put alcohol down her system. How does a 14-year-old? He never said, I didn't give her no alcohol. He never said, I didn't give her no drugs. He just said, I won't be found guilty. See, you got to listen to what these people say. He said, I won't be found guilty. Why? Because I'm going to plead. I'm going to plead to something lesser. See, he got over because the mother didn't want to put the daughter through what the daughter would have had to go through. The daughter's already in a fragile situation already. The mother said, I don't want to put her through that by having to go on the stand and having to relive that situation and look at Polight and be cross-examined by a defense attorney whose only job is to discredit her. But I'm not going to drag this whole thing out. Blaze said one title does not make our children safe. Yeah. I do these things, Blaze, you know I do these things. On Sundays, I do the hit parade where I talk about people that get caught up with stuff like this, men who mostly get caught up with kids, right? Some of them teachers, some of them doctors, some of them lawyers, some of them police officers. They all kind of do. They teachers, right? They all kind of people. They all kind of, they come from all walks of life. I'm reading a book now called Preservation of Innocence. Perversion of Innocence. It's a book by Judith Brown. I don't have it here. I think I left it at home, or I left it in my car. It's a book about the Jeffrey Epstein case. The dude was a billionaire. Just because he got $1 billion don't mean he's a good dude, right? That's just because these people got money. So here's the thing. Here's the last thing I'm gonna leave with y'all, man. Rick said, I might be too negative for the stream. Y'all have a great night. The best version of yourself. You too, Rick. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Don't want to bring you down, brother. But we have to talk about this stuff, man, because we got sisters out here that are trusting guys like this, and we have to say, no, look, I know you want to trust. Here's what, let me show you when a guy has some integrity. See, I was dating a girl back in the day, way, way back in the day. I was dating this girl. She was a little older than me, right? She had a daughter. And man, this girl, I don't know, man. Maybe it was something about my eyes that she liked, but she gave me a key to her house, and she would buy me clothes and everything. She was just, she had her own place, but she had a daughter. And so, she liked the color of my eyes. So anyway, she said, yeah, you come whenever you want to. But I was respectful. I never came over there unless she was there, right? Or unless I let her know I was on my way over there. Anyway, so, she told me one time to go over there, and the daughter was there. I said, who's there? Oh, man, my daughter's there, but don't worry, just let yourself in. I said, oh, no. Oh, no. I said, no, you gotta. I said, I can't come in with your daughter there. No, not me by myself. No, just tell me when you're gonna be there, right? No, man. No, but we got to have some integrity about ourselves as men. We got to have integrity about ourselves, man. Because a woman would trust us, especially if there's something about you that they really, overboard about. They will trust you. They may trust you unwittingly, not to put the child in a bad situation, but unwittingly because their personal opinion of you is biased because they have some type of infatuation going on, where they don't see that, they don't even consider the possibility that something nefarious could happen. But you, as a woman, you always got to have that you got to always have that as a parent. I don't even say woman, as a woman, yes, but as a parent, as parents and grandparents, we got to always have that in the back of our head. And I know that's a sad thought, right? You don't want to think that about no one, but it's not that you're thinking that about no one. It's this, that you're not going to put nobody in a situation where something like that could develop. It could even develop. And a thinking man is going to tell you, nah, I don't want to be in that situation. What's the matter with you? You don't like my kids? No, it's got nothing to do with me liking your kids. Is I don't want to be in that situation where I'm alone with your children. I don't want to be alone with you. You should find it very odd if a man say, yeah, leave him with me, leave her with me. Right? Yeah, leave him with me. That should be very odd. The average man should be trying to get out of that situation. The average man should be saying, why don't take them with you? Take these kids with you. I'm going to get my nails done. Okay, well, take these kids with you. But it's fumes up in there. Well, let them catch them fumes. Let these kids catch these fumes. I got to get my hair done. I'll be sitting there for 2 hours. Oh, well, you got to take little Johnny with you. Because you ain't going to leave him here with me. I'm out. I'm gone. I definitely ain't taking him with me. Because I would trip if I found out that my child was with some dude that I didn't even know. I would be like, what the heck? Patrice said Jeffrey Epstein was another narcissistic psychopath pedo. Yeah, but you know what they use, Patrice? What they do is they use the money. They use the money as a cover, as a cloak for what they really intend, their real intentions. Their real intentions is to take advantage and go and run through people and destroy them for their own sexual pleasure, without no care and understanding for what's going to happen, how that behavior is going to damage the person. They don't care or want to know or even concerned about that. But anyway, let me get back to Polight. Polight, 7 years custody, probably do about 4, 10 years probation. You're gonna do all that 10. If he for some kind of way figure it out. Got to complete an SEX offender program. No unsupervised contact with children. Some modified work restrictions. You know what I mean? And I'm sure one of the work restrictions will be he will not be able to work with no kids or where kids are frequent. I'm sure he won't be able to work there. So you got to worry about him working at Disneyland or nothing like that. He got a protective order against against Polight to stay away from the mother and the daughter. And the biggest boo-boo I think that the prosecution did was let him out of the whole registration. I thought that's at least 20 years in registration, lifetime registration was at least, I think, the starting block for what was going on with Polight, what was happening with Polight. But notice, like I said, he never said he's innocent. He never said he didn't do it. He never said he didn't do anything, right? Obviously, right? If he's so innocent, why did he plead? He sounded like Dr. York. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. You'll see. And when the facts come out, right? But then you take a plea. You go in and give me the 135 years. I thought, wait a minute, dude, I thought you was innocent. Same thing with Polight. Hey, wait a minute. You said you didn't. Well, Polight never said he was innocent. But Dr. York said he was innocent. Polight never said he was innocent. Right? His lawyer said not guilty. Polight never said I didn't do anything. He couldn't. There's too much evidence to show that he gave this baby drugs and alcohol, right? That's the least that he did. They said he got semen, but he's trying to say, oh, well, how do you know it's semen? Not that I didn't put nothing on her, right? I didn't leave no DNA. The question is that it's not DNA. The question is it semen? What else could it be? Right? And Polight has an expert. Well, he never told us what the expert said. He said all he said was we want to depose your expert. Not, hey, my expert said that ain't got nothing. That ain't my DNA on this girl, and it ain't my semen. Did he ever say that? So you gotta listen. Gotta listen good. You gotta listen good. He never said that, did he? Of course not. You don't plead when you're innocent, especially when you feel like they ain't got no case. They got nothing. You don't plead. Why would you plead? Why would you plead guilty when you say, oh, we could just motion to dismiss? That was dumb as hell to say, because now people gonna be looking like, well, wait a minute. Why didn't you motion to dismiss? Why would you plead guilty if you if you are innocent? Which you was trying to allude to, you never said it, but you trying to allude to it. Anyway, man. Hopefully, man, this dude gets some help. And when he comes out, he's a changed man, man. He's no longer on the whole, abusing people kick. And, the devil gets out of him some kind of way, man, But my prayers go out to the family of the girl, and hopefully she can get some counseling, man. One day, man, right the ship, man. One day, like Vaughn, man, have a nice family, you know what I'm saying? Be able to move on. You never move all the way on, but you get to a point where you can manage those feelings enough to where you can have a decent life. You know what I mean? So shout out to Vaughn, man. Shout out to the sister and her family, man. Hope that's my greatest hope, is that she will be able to walk through it. All right, y'all, let's get out of here. Oh man, it's 10 o'clock. Okay. Let's see. Let's do the rundown and then we out of here, man. Let's say goodbye to Polight, man. Goodbye to Polight. And he's a done deal. Okay. Let me bring him down. All right, y'all. Let's do the rundown real quick, man, because I gotta go, man. Okay. First of all, the chat's where it's at, man. We had so many people come in, jump in, man. Thank you guys for hanging out with us, coming in through the chat and hanging out with us and listening to us. And I'm telling you, man, if I'm trying to get people to come over here, but I get turned down or get ghosted more and more and more, right? I put out so many invites and I get ghosted, man, because people don't want to come over here, man, because it ain't no hoorah ha ha, and we don't have no agenda, man. We just trying to find the truth, right? We just talking about the truth, and so everybody has an opinion, and it's all respected, right? So a lot of them don't come over here. A lot of them don't want to come over here. But if you feel like, hey, Clarence, man, maybe you should engage this person. This person has, a feeling on this, and we know you feel this way about it. Maybe you guys have an engaging conversation. Let me know. I hit up a lot of people, man. 99% of them, I just don't hear nothing back from them, right? But sometimes every now and then they'll say, oh, what's your channel? Yeah, they'll get that part. Like I did Tony Gaskin, right? Tony Gaskin sent me something back. What's the name of your channel, right? I put the name of the channel. They went over, they checked out, saw how many views, never heard back, right? Never heard back. But if y'all want me to engage somebody, I would like to. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? I don't have no problem with it, man. I can have a sensible conversation with anybody, even if they disagree with me. I can have a sensible conversation with them. All right. But the chat's where it's at, man. Great job from the chat. No bots. We had our resident sniper, Risa Neal, in the building. Shout out to Risa. Glad to have you back, sis. We got Blaze Brown stepped in the building tonight. Man, shout out to you. Glad to see you in the building, Blaze. Says somehow info gets out other jailers allegedly. Maybe, Blaze. I don't know. But we gotta spread this information to ourselves, right? Especially in the Black community, man. We gotta spread this stuff, man, because so many of our sisters are losing, man, because they trust in dudes like this. And if they ain't unaliving the sister herself, they unaliving the kids, or they unaliving the boyfriend. They unaliving somebody related to the sister. I mean, it's just a bad situation. And that's the unalivers. We ain't even talking about the abusers, man. We ain't talking about the CMs, right? We ain't even talking about the chomos and the pedos, right? That's a whole nother group of people that's getting up next to these single moms. Man, and I'm just tired. I don't want to see I don't want to see the single moms be used as fodder anymore, man. They just like they're being trucked over, right? Anyway, shout out to the chat. The chat is where it's at. Very strong performance. No bots, no nothing crazy. Shout out to the chat. The chat's where it's at, as always. As always. What about the panel, y'all? What about the panel? Who's on the panel? Who's on the panel? Well, who's on the panel? We had Sister Annie. Excuse me. Y'all talking about them kids? I'm coming up there. We're going to find out what's going on with these kids and how we can get things better. Shout out to Sister Annie. Strong soldier for the kids, man. She's always going to step up here for the kids. Shout out to Sister Annie. Patrice as well. But shout out to Sister Annie. Glad to have her on the block, man, on the panel. I like when Sister Annie comes up, because a lot of times we have issues that we need to hear from a sister, and we need to hear, a sister's point of view. And Sister Annie comes up and shares that point of view with us, as well as Patrice. And so, it just fortifies Patrice, and Patrice fortifies her. So we need the sisterhood to come up here, man, because I want people to see everybody's welcome to come up here. You know what I mean? As long as they're being respectful to us, we're gonna allow you to come up here and say your piece. So, but shout out to Sister Annie, always encouraging the people to do better. And that's what we about here, trying to get people to do better. Let's talk the better Black life. We ain't here just to say, yeah, it's gangs and this, that. We already know all that. What are we doing to try to do something about it? That's what we trying to figure out. What we gonna do something about it? We already know there's all this stuff going on. We know this. What are we gonna do to try to mitigate that? Anyway, man, shout out to Sister Annie. Very strong performance as always. Very solid as always. Who else was on the block today? Brother Vaughn Bryant was on the block today. Shout out to Vaughn Bryant. OG in the panel, man, business. But yeah, man, Vaughn has that air of what I want to call sophistication to what you're talking about, right? When Vaughn steps in the building, it's just, okay, now we know we having a discussion that means something, right? Because Vaughn is going to tell you where he stands, right? One of those, hey, man, hey, Clarence, I know you probably with this, but I ain't with this. So let me tell you why, right? But man, Vaughn comes through, man, and always drops some information, even though he may not like what the topic we talking about. He always tries to engage and have something positive to say to try to encourage people into a better situation. So I appreciate that from all our panelists, man, because that's the vibe I get from all of our panelists, man. Even we'll go to. All right, but shout out to Vaughn Bryant, man. Very strong performance as always. Very solid as always. Who else was on the block? Patrice. OG Patrice is in the building. Nefariousness. Yeah, man. Patrice another one, man. You start talking about them kids, man, Patrice gonna come and get you, man. So you better leave them kids alone. You out there, you listening, you happen to slide by this just to see how we did Polight, and you out there doing something like that, you better not come over here. You better not, you better just, I would, man, leave them kids alone. Leave them kids alone, man. Go get you some help right now. get in your car, go to the next nearest church or nearest SA meeting. Go to the nearest SA meeting right now. If you got an issue and you know you got an issue, go and just sit in there, man. You know what I mean? And just do what you got to do up in there. But ultimately, man, if you don't do something about it, it's gonna do something about you eventually. So yeah, man. But yeah, Patrice, man, she don't have no. She like Sister Annie, man. There ain't no gray area for these kids, man. If you doing these kids wrong, they're coming for you, man. So, and you don't want them to on your heels, man. So, you know what I'm saying? Go get you some help if you doing that, man. If you listen to my voice and you like, man, damn, that's how they did Polight. How would they do me? Yeah, we do you pretty bad, pretty much the same, right? So go ahead and get you some help, man, before it come to that. You might be doing stuff and it ain't came to light yet, but if you keep it up, it will. So go on and go get you some help. But way I think about Patrice, man. Patrice the one that texted me and said, hey, bro, Polight just got sentenced. I was like, oh, man. She said, man, we got to do a show on that. I said, okay. How y'all think we did? I think we did pretty good. You know what I mean? But what I was trying to do is show that there's a lot of guys, a lot of people, not even guys, but it's people, men and women, that are misconstruing the situation based on their own understanding. And it's, if based on the average understanding, you would think this lady agreed to let her child be taken to a club. That's not, in actuality, that's not what happened. But they frying her over it. And so it's nothing she could do about it. So she don't want her daughter to go through that. But anyway, man, what do y'all think about Patrice? Very solid performance as always, very strong, very solid performance. And I like the fact that Patrice will come up here and start talking about really can talk about any subject if we start talking about it. She says 0 tolerance for monsters that harm children. We know, Patrice. We know. You and Sister India like the tag team, like the Guerrero brothers. Remember the Guerrero brothers in wrestling? Y'all don't know nothing about wrestling, man. Tag team wrestling back in the day, man. Back in the 80s, they had tag team wrestling, and they had the Guerrero brother, Peter Guerrero, and what was the brother's name? Hector. Peter and Hector Guerrero and Peter Guerrero, right? They were tag team, and they were always doing it. They was always winning all of these different wrestling matches. Shout out to the Guerrero brothers, right? That's Patrice and Sister Andy, right? They the Guerrero brothers. They on your behind. You mess with them kids, man. They on your behind, man. All right, but shout out to Patrice, man. Very solid performance as always. Very strong. Who else? Vagoda was on the system. What about Vagoda? Vagoda came on the program today. What do y'all think about Vagoda? All the way from Israel. All the way from Israel. Clarence, I sent you 1 video, 2 videos. I sent you 2 videos. Right. I forgot which one of y'all said that. I think it was New Growth, right? New Growth, he sound like the Count on Sesame Street. 1, 2 insults, Clarence. But I'm going to have a discussion with Vagoda on this ancient Jew thing. He seems to feel like there's the word ancient and Jew go together, and I keep trying to tell him that's not the case. Right? Yes, we have Jews. Yes, we have Jews. Yes, that is no question. That is absolutely a reality. But ancient, I'm gonna make him build that case. He has sent me a couple videos already. I got holes in the first one. The first one I look at, I see holes in that one already. I'm like, all right. Anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna have a discussion with him on a Saturday. We can just talk that out. But Vagoda's a good dude, man. He's turned the corner, man. I remember when we first came over here, he really didn't know how to act. But he's basically a good dude, man, because he just didn't know what he thought we was like everybody else. But now he sees that we're not like everybody else, man. we doing a whole different thing over here, man. You know what I'm saying? When's the last time you got on a live stream and you heard people telling each other, I love you, I love you, I love you. We ain't even met each other. And we like, I love you, I love you, I love you, right? But you ain't never heard that, right? You don't hear that out there, man. everybody's out there fronting, right? And some of these dudes even met each other, right? I met Patrice, but I mean, some of these other people, some of these other channels, they've all met each other. They all sat down, they ate chicken wings together, right? They still don't say I love you, right? Anyway, shout out to Vagoda. And Vagoda is out there in Israel going to school, man. But he had some good texts. He's doing a lot better, man. I remember when he first came here, he was fumbling and bumbling all over himself, right? Because he thought he was like everybody else, but we're not, right? And he realized that, man. I think he respects that, and he sees that. Okay, yeah, this is a different type of area. These are different type of black people, so they willing to have an engaging conversation. But shout out to Vagoda, man. He had some good texts today. Glad he checked in, man. Who else was on it? Very solid, man. I remember Vagoda, man. He wasn't having it wasn't so solid, but he is very solid now. Very solid, very strong. Shout out to Vagoda, very strong performance. Who else? Oh, last but not least, Diamond Axe. What do you think about Diamond? Diamond's pushing the program. Let me tell you another thing that's wrong with black people, right? Diamond be pushing the program, man. I mean, we can't lie. It's all true. Everything he says is true. But we just like, okay, Diamond, what we doing about it? What we gonna do? You get it? We get it, right? It's the same song you singing. But what we gonna do about it? What can we do? What are we gonna do? And what can we do about it? But anyway, man, way I think about Diamond, man. He's always strong, man. Always so strong performer. Now he done got used to understanding that, hey, man, if I'm not on, let me mute up so I don't have all this other stuff. I think he finally got that down. So, man, very strong performance for Diamond. Very solid as always, man. Shout out to that brother. Good dude. All right. Who else? Oh, that's it. Okay, y'all. This is the thing. It's Thursday. We ain't gonna probably be back till Sunday. We'll be back till Sunday, right? So Sunday we're gonna do something. We may do the brick lady. We may do brick in the face lady. Because that situation, after investigation, that had a whole nother twist to it. I didn't even know that, right? I was thinking it was a bunch of brothers just sitting around letting her get hit in the head with a brick. Kind of find out there's more to the story, right? As they say, right? But we may look into that. We may finish the series. I'm having trouble getting somebody from the potty sector to come on over and talk. Maybe they're looking at the views and they're looking at the subs and saying, no, we ain't gonna do that, right? But we'll see. But we're gonna try to get something happening on Sunday. Sunday we'll be back. We do the full show, Black History Minute, the hit parade, all of that stuff, man. Saving the Black family, all that stuff, and then we get into it. All right, y'all. Everybody have a great rest of the evening or morning or whatever you're working on. All right, and we will see y'all on Sunday. Peace.